All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hump Day! Happy Wednesday, happy Hump Day, everybody. Hello.
What is happening?
Good morning.
Good morning. What a dud night in sports last night.
Was it?
Everything sucked.
Oh.
It all sucked.
The Sixers won on the road.
I mean, that
game
was
6 in a series that we haven't paid attention to.
That's fine. You can tell me that was a surprising outcome. I did not watch a lot of that game.
That was maybe the Celtics' worst fourth quarter.
They got outscored by like 50
history.
in the second half. They couldn't make a shot to save their life, and the fans left for the exits with 3 minutes to go.
I think the Sixers on the money line were like plus 430.
You know what would have been cool? Betting that.
Well, I'm just saying,
You know what I didn't do?
Well,
bet that.
Yeah. I only made one bet yesterday. I ended up not betting the first half.
The only thing I bet on was the Spurs, and they put a little fear into me there at the end. I thought, am I going to get backdoored on the way out of this season? Don't you backdoor me, Blazers.
I bet $5 on the Braves minus the 1.5 run line.
Hey, there you go. Did they win? I have no idea.
Yeah, they won 5-2.
Look at that.
Yeah, they covered. They covered.
I should have done the fired manager bet for the Phillies. I knew that they were going to kill my team right after firing their manager, and they won 7-0. What were we doing?
Yeah.
I know it. It was right there. I said it on the show. Here we go. We're going to get killed.
My poor family, they've had to endure so many Blazer game nights. And it's not like they hate basketball. Of all the sports to be on television, it's the one sport they can, be fine with.
Yeah, you're watching it in the background.
They just realize how often they play.
Yeah, and it's the initial reaction again?
Really? They're playing another playoff game?
And, God bless them, but the Spurs are opening that thing up to almost 30 in the third quarter. I'm can we watch something else now?
Can we change the channel?
And I was like, unfortunately, no. I have to keep it on.
We got to ride this one out.
Wait for the horn to hit and see if there's a fight after.
I had it on
Denny.
the second screen until you sent the googly eyes to the text group.
I mean, they cut it to 9.
So I got it to 9. I was like,
wait, what was on the main screen then?
Hockey.
Oh.
Yeah.
The 6-1 game?
The hockey late in the night wasn't very good.
Well,
either. The
Sabres Bruins game
was the only good game
that
of the
was
night.
good. Yeah, except the outcome if you're
Sure.
Wasn't that the early game?
That was the early game.
So your late hockey game sucked.
Yes, you had Edmonton up 4-0.
I had it on. I was working on some station stuff that I wasn't expecting to
just kind of got lazy changing the channel.
And so it was there, and it was on there, and I was making dinner, and then it was 17-4, and I'm like, I'm not going to change this.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
You're not getting full screen right now.
I don't
show a little effort.
I don't want to listen to Doris Burke telling me how great Wemby is.
Hey, Wemby's pretty good.
Can I?
Are you aware of the Wemby's pretty? Do you know?
It has nothing to do with Doris Burke. I just didn't.
No, I think a lot of it has to do with Doris Burke. I had my brother-in-law was like, dude, search Doris Burke on Twitter and see what they're saying about her. I'm like, I'd rather not read the misogynistic comments.
No,
probably not good.
Because guess what? Everybody calling games is going to glaze that guy.
How do you not?
How do you not?
7'4".
I just, yeah.
Who do you think you're going to talk about in the Thunder series when they're talking about the Spurs?
That was the cut I had past, He stole Kamara's soul.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
I mean, he did.
He did.
He did.
He did.
It was perfect.
The Denny shot, if it not been for the backboard, would have been 15 rows.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It was unbelievable.
To watch him play like that. I did find myself, there was a quote floating around because he ended up winning Defensive Player of the Year in the series. And he had one of those quotes of when I was young, somebody called me out for not being a good defender, and I took that to heart. And I said, never again will I allow myself to not be considered a good defender.
He's got a little Tyler Hansborough in him.
You're 7'4".
It might be 7'6".
Come on, man.
Have we ever? I thought he was officially.
It's just nitty gritty effort out here. That's why I'm a good defender. No, you have the longest wingspan in the history of the NBA.
Yeah.
You can guard a 9-foot radius on the floor like nobody else can. Let's not act like it's hard work.
To his point, Donovan Clingan 7'3", and he was.
Yeah, I think you're kind of underselling this.
I'm underselling it. Screw Wemby.
Did George Mirasan win Defensive Player of the Year?
Do I need to see his dad one more time? Wow, how many? 37 times we got to show his. Every time he dribbled the ball, let's see what his dad's doing in the crowd. Look at that, his dad's over there.
How about them cutting to a replay of a Fox layup while we had the ball?
Yes, that was great.
Possession.
That was wonderful.
And I'm like,
Denny's on a fast break. The game's over. I don't care. But I just started laughing of what are we doing?
It was just the cutaway to a live play instead of it's a timeout or it's a pause.
And I think Denny chucked up a 3 when they came out of the replay and he missed it and they got the rebound. But still, the point remains.
So you do hate them.
I hate them. I found myself hating them.
Sean Bradley went Depoy.
Yeah, he did.
In his career, Swag.
Four straight times.
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah.
Sean Bradley did?
He did.
No.
You damn right. he
Mark
George-
Eaton did.
Did George Mirasan?
No.
Depoy?
I don't think Manute Bol did.
Manute Bol and
That's
his
weird,
length.
though. I was just told that if you're 7'4", it's not impressive
Get the
that
hell
you win
out of
Defensive
here.
Player of the
Get
Year.
out of here, Wemby. It's because the coach when I was young said I didn't play good defense. Now I take it seriously.
Do you think he's lying, or do you think it's just a ridiculous
I think
statement?
he's a little French bitch who flops all over the floor. I can't stand this team. This is so stupid. The fact that they went from where they were to 7 years of not making the playoffs to this again is so stupid. I hate the NBA.
Wow.
Happy Wednesday, everybody.
I didn't have that at 8 or 6:06.
Coming up next, football stuff.
Yeah, can we let's talk some draft reactions, all right?
I
You
know
want to talk
what's
about
gonna
Diego
be in the
Pavia
promo
today?
from today's show.
Man.
Castle's just shoving guys to the ground, acting like, what did I do? What, me? You called a foul on me? Grabbing guys after free throws? Me? You called what? Who? Me?
Go.
What am I supposed to do? Not grab a guy, maybe. That would help.
Kind of going Brian Regan cross eyes on me with that
Yeah.
voice.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Am I not supposed to push the guy down to the ground?
You know, the good news is yesterday, it kind of just quietly was snuck in there in the news of the world. How about YouTube TV introducing for the first time customizable 4 quad box viewpoints?
Total
Oh.
game changer.
No longer they're going to say,
Total
oh, you
game
want to watch
changer.
the Blazers Spurs?
No,
Here are
you
your
can- there
85
you go.
options.
Yeah.
So you can have Sprague vision.
Yep.
You can have dirt vision.
Whatever you want. You know what I put in my quad box last night? Because I didn't have a fourth thing to choose from. Because by the time the second half rolled around, I'm like, I don't need to watch
I'm gonna
full
guess.
screen.
So
I'm
you
gonna
had
guess.
Giants. You had the
No,
basketball.
Giants were over at that point.
Oh,
Giants
okay.
got
And they're on
steamrolled.
MLB TV, so you can't import an MLB TV into my
Yeah,
quad
that's a
box
different app.
Okay.
or an Amazon thing or whatever.
So hockey,
I had the hockey game
You had
on,
hockey.
2 NBA.
the Blazer game on.
Yeah.
I think
Yep.
there was only one game on at that point. I think all the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
games.
Oh,
Well,
the Knicks
the
game
Knicks
was the
Hawks
Knicks
was
were
kind
I
on
did not
NBC.
put the Knicks Hawks
That's
on.
fine. It was a blowout.
They were
Yeah.
up by
So
30.
2 hockey,
I had only one hockey
One
at the
hockey.
time. It was Edmonton and Anaheim.
PBS World War II Ken Burns doc.
I did contemplate. There was a World War II thing that popped up in my options, but I did not do it.
Yeah.
I did not do that. I put the PGA Professionals Tournament that's happening at
Bandon
Bandon Dunes
Dunes.
on, just to see Bandon Dunes.
Okay.
Why not?
It was breezy.
It was a little breezy yesterday. And then they let you pick things from your DVR, and I threw the Oregon Spring game back on.
Oh, they let you do the DVR
You can do
decisions,
anything
huh?
you want. That show. It was one of my options and things I could put in. And I thought,
Oh, so
well,
it started yesterday?
why not? It's alive and well.
All right, good to know.
It was
go.
really funny, though, to scroll the options and be like, I could put a World War II documentary down here right now if I wanted to.
It's going to happen.
It's more entertaining than this basketball game, that's for sure.
When the Spurs are dominating the Thunder in a game and you get really pissed
Yeah,
off,
it's going to happen.
the World War II doc is going to enter the chat.
I mean, talk about the ultimate meteor series. Are you kidding me? That Western Conference Finals, which we all know it will be. Thunder and Spurs.
Not giving the Nugs a chance, huh?
Not giving them a chance. No, you know me. I love my Nuggies. I love Jokic, but it's not been pretty. And the only reason they're going to win this series is because I think Minnesota has 3 healthy players available left. Everybody else on the team has gotten hurt at this point.
Yeah, I don't blame you for the thought.
That conference finals is going to be a real bummer. Not a good
Why
basketball.
is it a bummer? That's going to be a great
I think it's
series.
gonna be
You know me.
fantastic.
It's going to be good basketball. I
Actually,
get
they
you.
could see it being a phenomenal 5-game series.
I just want neither team to ever have anything nice happen to them.
Yeah, Oklahoma City and San Antonio having all of this happen while we're out here, and it's just like, are we going to exist in 3 years, or is Dundon taking us to Nashville? And I'm like, dude, why is this our...
City Sissoko's untradeable now, man. Did you see him in the second half?
Who didn't think that there was a Blazer fan out there
You know that guy exists.
saying, you know,
This is why.
Nikhil Alexander-Walker, hear me out. He just won most improved.
Look what he turned into. We can't give up on City yet.
See
all
that
right?
dunk on Wemby? City Sissoko.
Was there a V. Krejci fan club? It's like, this is why you should have been playing him the entire time.
You think Shaden sat on that bench and contemplated Vit Krejci getting more minutes than him, or do you think he was thinking about
I think he was thinking about playing.
literally anything else other than basketball?
I think he was thinking about what map he was going to get in on Call of Duty when he got home later that night.
Is Shaden Sharp a Call of Duty guy?
He's a big video game guy. I don't know
Oh,
if he
is
plays
he?
Call of Duty, but he's. I've heard him say he's a big video game guy. Who's going to pass me the sticks? I think that's where his head was at in the second half of that.
Speaking
game.
of French, bon voyage.
See you later, buddy. When you're basically a DNP in a playoff game, au revoir.
Yeah.
Where will you get traded next year?
Get ready to learn whatever city you're going to, buddy.
Get ready to learn Brooklyn. Come on down.
The Nets. Oh, my God. That'd actually be perfect for him.
That would be a perfect
He looks
spot
like
for him.
somebody that would live in Brooklyn, And he's perfect for the Nets because they just want to keep sucking forever, and he'll care 30% of the time.
Him and Michael Porter Jr. would fit great together. A lack of effort 80% of the time. And then those games that make you say, damn, this guy's got it. Baby Kobe.
Yeah, I didn't want to say this publicly. I eliminated that nickname from his arsenal.
It's dead and good. You played taps last night?
Long ago. No, it wasn't last night. It was long ago.
Long ago. That one went away.
Yeah.
He's got cool dunks, though, man.
Yep.
He's got cool dunks.
Yeah, he does.
We just gave him a $90 million contract, and he was
$90 million
He was
DNP.
a DNP in Game 5 of the playoffs.
Well, technically 5 minutes.
DNP.
But a DNP.
That's a DNP. If you got a $90 million contract and you're playing 5 minutes,
that's a DNP.
That's a DNP.
I agree. That's a good poll question to start the show
He had
with.
a 5-minute run and then just did not get back into the ballgame.
Well, did you see him out there?
He was running half speed.
Coach, I'd rather just sit, to be honest with you.
I mean, at this point, man, you're going to trade me, so why am I out here risking injury? You might as well sit my ass down.
It was, outside of like just watching our team for the final time, big duddy sports night.
Pretty duddy. The only highlight for me, your Philly point is good. I just didn't watch a ton of that game. I turned it on, and it was like the arena was leaving because it was right before the Blazer game started.
It's the upset, not so much the game.
Sure, and I didn't know what the first half was great. I just saw Boston couldn't make a shot late. You had the Sabres, and the Bruins game went to overtime. That was a good game. The other two hockey games were not a ton there, and then the Knicks just decimated the Hawks.
Well, we have a lot to get to today.
And we were down by 30 points in the first half.
Yeah, that
1, 2, 3, Cancun.
Yeah. Hey, they cut it to 9, though.
They did.
So maybe they decided they didn't want to go to Cancun right away?
I think that was more of a San Antonio.
Just not
this
caring
game is
at all.
over, and wait a minute, we have to do something. All right, here comes 9 straight points from De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. Then De'Aaron Fox.
And we won by 20.
I got this.
That roster is so well built.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Isn't that remarkable?
It's just stacked with all of the obvious future young talent paired with, hey, Harrison Barnes, can you give us 6 points and be a good locker room guy? Absolutely.
Locker room guy, grab some key offensive
rebounds. Hey, Keldon
rebounds.
Johnson, who's been here for 7 years, can you move to the bench and be the 6th man of the year?
You got it, Coach.
You got it. I'll do whatever it takes to win.
Luke Cornett, you've been a good backup big. You want to back up a tall French guy? Absolutely. Do you like brisket? I'm in. Hey, De'Aaron Fox, you're a king. Do you not want to be a king anymore?
Nobody wants to be a king.
I'll literally go anywhere you want me to go. Where am I going? Oh, San Antonio.
The Riverwalk?
I love the Riverwalk.
Fantastic.
The Riverwalk is nice.
I remember the Alamo.
I've been to the Riverwalk.
I've been to the
Alamo's
Riverwalk.
Overrated.
Smaller than I thought.
The Alamo is 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
It's insanely. It looks comically tiny.
Yeah.
And makes you think it's a Hollywood gimmick. You're like, this looks like a building in Toontown.
Exactly.
It looks. I'm not kidding.
No, I've been there.
I legitimately,
I
I think it's
Antonio
8 feet
before.
tall.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And you're like,
This is it, huh?
this is what I'm supposed to remember?
This is the Alamo? I don't remember.
I feel like I could defend this with a baseball bat. One of those metal ones?
I just got my bare knuckles. That's all I need, man. I'll defend the Alamo over here. Who's coming to get this thing?
I just say my whole life, every time they talked about the Spurs when I was a kid, they'd be like, remember the Alamo. And you'd hear about the Alamo, and you'd see it in a history book, a drawing of it, and you'd be like, man. And then I finally randomly went to San Antonio to visit my mom once.
Yeah. And you're like, this
I
looks
was
like Toontown.
I was like, where is it? And she's like,
It's right there.
there.
It's literally
it's right there. And I'm like, no way, that's it. That's
That
my
can't be
house.
it. That can't be it.
That's a house. That's a 1-story ranch-style house. You getting Christmas lights just standing from the ground. It's crazy.
That's actually a nice feature of a house if you could do it. Not have to get the ladder out. I mean, I'm not upset about that.
Even the little Costco, the fold-up
the little two-stepper.
stool.
You just need a little
two-stepper.
Click, click, 2-step, boom, boom. There's my lights. They're up
That's
on the
what
house
you can
now.
do at the Alamo. Suddenly I'm like, I don't know about this.
Yeah, it's just kind of dumb. Where's the Barkley rant about the fat women of San Antonio? We need that today.
San Antonio's not awful, but it's kind of Vegas to me. It's a 2-night town.
Yeah, you get there,
You
2
can
days,
experience it.
see everything you need to see.
It's tiny. You do the Riverwalk. That's one night. You look at the Alamo. That's it.
Yeah.
You can go support the they have like a SeaWorld aquarium thing there, but that's depressing now.
Yeah.
Watching them all caged in for the day.
Dude. Oh, look at a dolphin I can pet. 4 years later, they have dolphin docks, and they're like, it's actually awful for their mental health. And I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
Participating in that.
You're telling me that little 10x10 pool they're swimming in is not quite big enough for a dolphin? Huh? Is that what you're telling me?
I knew that, but somehow did not piece that together.
Seems like they're having a delightful time. They're eating fish.
All right, well, we have a lot to get to today. The NBA has decided to try to stop tanking, so they sent out a 3-2-1 rules change, and maybe it was when I decided to read it, I was like, dude, I just don't feel like doing homework. So I text Keith Smith of Spot Track, and I said, dude, can you hop on and explain this and talk about the Blazers end of season? He said, absolutely.
We need some help with that one.
Keith Smith will walk us through the new NBA don't tank, please try to win rules.
I'm sure it'll fix everything, Adam.
At 8:30.
I'm sure it'll solve all of your problems.
He's focused on the right things.
Yes.
So Keith Smith at 8:30. We got Statter Story today. It is a loaded show. We will do a end of the season Blazer rundown at the top of the 7 a.m. hour. Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back in. 6:19 on The Fan. Good morning. Hope your Wednesday is going all right. I want to ask you, gents, something. So it's no shocking development to me. It's more just a matter of, like, it felt like it was just dropped on us. And so I think people are like, what? Because usually you hear about buildup. And I feel like we've been hearing buildup for years and years, and we talked about it. And yesterday, in the middle of the afternoon, they're like, all right, here you go. This is what's happening. And I think a lot of us are like, oh. And that was the NCAA tournament has expanded to 76 teams.
We've all been asking for this. We all thought, you know what makes the tournament better? More bad teams in.
Did you know that they were going to drop this? Because I didn't.
I didn't know it was coming yesterday, but I knew it was coming this offseason.
Because I know they tinkered around with it for last year, but they couldn't all get on the same page in time to put it in place for this year's tournament.
Yes.
And then it kind of went away, like college basketball does.
So be ready for more bad teams in the NCAA tournament. There was a funny video circulating the internet yesterday, and I saw it from our guy in Omaha. It was a video montage clip of like 3 big nerd dweebs on Jeopardy, but they were like from universities, and it was like, these are the new teams thanks to the 76 rule, and it was like Tufts University, and it was just like,
we were 16 and 19 and 4-11 in conference play.
Universities that you hadn't heard of, and you're like, oh my God, this is where we're going.
I don't want 14 teams from the SEC and the Big Ten.
Well, that's what you're going to get.
Guess what you're going to get?
That's what you're going to get, buddy.
I know.
Put it on your plate, you eat it.
That's why I can't stand it. And like I said, if you just had the single extra caveat rule that you have to be 500 or better in your conference to be considered, then
they don't care about your advice.
No,
I know.
Unfortunately not. You know what they care about? They care about money.
Yeah.
And you know what they think is going to generate more money? More tournament games.
Yeah.
Now, my reading on it was, correct me if I'm wrong here, that they're just going to expand the play-in part of it.
Yes.
And then it'll still be Thursday, Friday.
Will be the first 12 or
So you know
whatever.
what this is going to do? It just is going to mean there's more meaningless games that we don't watch on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah.
And the tournament will still begin on Thursday for everybody.
I'm curious, if they're going to try, or are they going to try to build it out where there will be specific sites that have, I don't know if all the sites will get extra games or there'll be specific sites that get extra games.
Well, I kind of wonder now, too, with that, are they going to is it going to be, like, the way the NCAA tournament is played on Thursday or Friday, it's like it starts at 9 a.m. Now that you have the extra teams, are we starting at, like, 11 a.m.?
Well, that's the thing. I don't think there's going to be any extra teams by the time you get to Thursday.
No. I'm talking about Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, for Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah.
Is it now going to be what Thursday, Friday is? It's Tuesday, Wednesday all day.
Are we just taking the whole week off from work? Are we just going to A all damn week?
I don't think we care about Tuesday, Wednesday.
I don't think we do either. I don't care how many games you give me. If they're playing games for the NCAA tournament, I don't.
Thursday, Friday will always be
the start of the tournament.
The hit.
And those are the best 2 days, and then it kind of slowly fades from there.
Yeah.
But you get basketball wall to wall, and the reality is the majority of the teams that are in those play-in games are going to be these teams that you're talking about, who are the 13th and 14th teams out of the Big Ten and the SEC.
Right.
And that they're going to. I don't need to see Penn State in a play-in game, 2 games below 500, playing, I don't know who the equivalent, Mississippi State at 15 and 19.
I don't want to see Pitt and Wake Forest.
No, I don't need that game. It's not good basketball. Neither one's going to do anything in the tournament. This is where we all knew this was a mistake. It's almost one of those, unanimously, I feel like sports fans, and especially basketball fans, would look at this and say, hey, do you think they need more teams in the tournament? And unanimously, people would say no.
Well, okay.
And they're doing it anyway.
Here's a follow-up then. What is more unanimously hated or not wanted that could both exist? 76 in the NCAA tournament, 24 in the playoff. I've been noting, and I haven't talked about it, but I've been noting that our guy Josh Pate has had a couple segments on the 2014 playoff recently.
That
and
he thinks it's going to happen?
It's more just he's trying to – it almost feels like, at least, because to be fair, I haven't heard the full –
Sure, you just get snippets here or there.
I'm getting the snippets, right? But, it's almost coming across as if he knows it's not very far away because you've had the SEC go to 9, concede to 9 conference games.
Yeah. And they're pissed because
they're pissed. And then now you're going to you know that a lot of teams are ducking each other in non-conference, even though it's an expanded
Especially
playoff.
after what Indiana did.
Right. And so what's the out for when your Alabama or Texas team is 8-4? It's a 24-team playoff because that's a guarantee they still make it.
Yeah. Look, football's a bigger deal, so I think it'll be better received, but I also think there will be a lot of pushback of why are these teams – it won't be to the level of the tournament. Because if you're a top 25 team in college football, you're still borderline, 9-3, 8-4 probably at worst?
8-4 is usually the watermark for top 25.
I doubt many 7-5 teams will get in.
Only in the SEC.
And maybe a 7-5 SEC
In
team.
a 24 team?
Let me pull
No
up.
7-5 team will ever make a 2014 playoff.
And I agree with you there. Let me see what the
8-4
rankings.
is usually the bottom of the top 25.
So I'll go to like week 15 would have been it.
Sure.
So you didn't have anybody worse than 8-4 Iowa at 23.
Okay.
Was the only 4-loss team that was ranked in the top 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't need Iowa in my playoff. I don't think Iowa deserves to go to the college football playoff. That to me is different than I think legitimately you're going to get below 500 teams making the NCAA tournament.
Well, your bids in other conferences would just be greater.
Well,
like the ACC and the Big 12 will have more than just 2.
Sure, they would get a few more in.
You'd have your group of 6, whoever that may be. You may get 2 out of that. You had 2 in the 12, so why would you not get 2 in the 24?
Right.
And then, you fill in the blank with the rest of the Big 10 and SEC teams.
Arizona being in the playoff last year would have been pretty wild.
What were they, 9-3?
They were 9-3.
Yeah, Britt Brennan had a pretty good
ranked in
second
the
year
top
there.
20 at the
That's
end
a
of the
good
year. That's a really good
That's
year.
a great year for Brennan.
Everybody wanted to fire him after year 1, and then he was a top 20 team.
One of the best dudes I've ever had the pleasure of being around.
Yeah.
Super nice, super just good with his time, cared about you, just an all-around stand-up dude, that Brent Brennan.
Seems like a really good dude. That was a nice year. Virginia would have been in. Tulane obviously was in because of the group of 5. Houston would have been a playoff team last year. So those are the kind of Georgia
Biggest
Tech
fraud in college football,
at
that
9-3.
Houston team. They
That
should have
Houston-
lost to my Peeps.
That Houston team was not very good.
Willie Fritz. Get out
Not
of here.
very good. So the first round of the playoff won't be great, but I think you can make an argument to me that I won't completely scoff at of the scheduling, the imbalance of who you play, who you don't play.
Right,
and more football at the end of the year. Okay, as long as it starts right after the regular season,
their
and then you go
scheduling's
right
the
to
bigger
it.
the bigger issue.
I don't want 24, but
yeah.
I'm okay with it. 76 in the NCAA tournament is just dumb.
No. Plus, college basketball, you play 30 to 35 games with your conference tournament.
Are they going to
anyway.
get to the 80 or 90 number?
Yes, I think they're going to keep going.
90 would be so insane.
They don't have any other ideas on how to make more money other than
Expanded.
postseason inventory.
Yeah.
And they're just going to keep going because the
Here's
nut
my
they're
hot
getting
take.
right now is not big enough.
I said
evidently.
this during the regular season when this randomly, I can't remember how or why it got scheduled, but when Duke and Michigan played that one game,
Yeah, it was a great game.
they need to. So because you have camp buildup, and I know that portal stuff, if you give me 3 or 4 or maybe even 5, the non-con games that nobody cares about. Utah Valley State's playing in Corvallis. Just using an example, right? Or Central Louisiana's at Oregon. You give me 5 of those for ramp-up purposes. They should reverse their schedule. You want to make more money? All of your non-conference tournaments that you play right now on battleships and MSG or wherever the hell you play,
Usually around Thanksgiving.
they should be happening at the back end when we know who the good teams are.
Ooh.
Like the Maui Invitational. That's a classic staple in college basketball.
Yes, it is.
You want to make it more interesting? You tell people, buy your tickets to the Maui Invitational, and they don't invite teams till about the midway point of the year because they know who the legitimate teams are.
I'd be all for that.
And now your ticket prices are going to go up on the secondary market.
Because it's only good teams.
Or you open it up at a certain point when you announce who it is, and those fan bases are more likely to travel. Like if a Kentucky fan knows they're going to Maui to play Michigan,
Right,
and
who's a top
Florida,
5, and Florida's top 5. And
dude, those non-con tournaments make more money if you do it backwards. That way we know who the good teams are, and we're paying more attention at that point of the season
Without
anyway.
a doubt we're paying more
We're
attention.
too in NFL and college football in this
Yes.
country to give a crap that Michigan State is playing St. John's
Right.
in late October.
As 85 million people are watching Chiefs versus
Yes.
Cowboys at 12:30
Yes.
on Thanksgiving.
Get 5 ramp-up non-con games. Get into conference play.
I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea.
Give us an idea and use all these big non-con tournaments at the end of the year. That way we can also sort out how do we differentiate between St. John's schedule and North Carolina's. That's right. They were in a tournament just 2
played
weeks ago.
At the end of the year.
How about that?
How dumb is that paper bracket going to look, too, when you print it? I got all these extra things up top, all these extra
Oh,
play.
it's going to be
How are we going to
ridiculous.
fit it all in?
The font's going to be so tiny.
It's not. I can't even write anymore.
There better not be 2 state schools playing each other.
Better not. Because then you can't just write. What if Oregon
Is that
State,
Michigan
Oklahoma
State or Missouri State?
Yeah, right. M State. What? Just write M State. Just take the credit either way.
Yeah. Look at us. We're fixing college basketball.
I think we solved the problem right there.
Do you like my idea or not like my idea, Swag?
I like your idea. It can never happen because coaches will never agree to not know what their schedule is or where they're going before the season starts.
Logistically, both of your ideas are great. They will never happen.
I know.
But you have
We fixed the sport. And there we go.
I'm voting yay on both of your proposals that have been put in front of the committee.
I would love to start the first half of conference play right out of the chute and then
take a break.
And then mid-December through mid-January, do your bigger non-conference stuff then.
Like if you gave, I'll just do an example here.
And then
Pie in the Sky, Joyner, Hitson, Corvallis in the Pac-12. And let's say he's ahead of Gonzaga one year. You're telling me February 24th, Super Bowl's done, college football's over.
Right, just got NBA at that time.
It's miserable weather-wise here usually.
Yeah, nothing going on.
You're telling me now that I have, they're going to Maui?
Yeah.
And they're going to play
Duke.
UCLA and Duke and
Arizona.
Well, now I got a reason to be in Maui. It's piss poor weather here, and they're going to play great teams.
Yeah, that's a nice little trip right there at the end of February. I'm saying yes to that.
But let's expand the tournament. Let's get to 85.
This will solve it.
This will solve everything.
More teams, everybody.
All right, we got a lot more to get into. It's 6:31, Dirt and Sprague. We're back with more. But first, Jason T. Swigard with Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, a 17-4 Spurs run to start Game 5 of their playoff series against the Blazers, spelling Portland's doom in San Antonio. Blazers whittled a 28-point deficit to 9 a couple of times in the fourth quarter, never threatened to extend the series. They fall 114-95. Spurs now await the winner of the Nuggets-Timberwolves series. Sixers avoided elimination Tuesday in Boston, outscoring the Celtics 28-11 in the fourth quarter for a 113-97 victory. That forces Game 6 in Philly on Thursday. Jalen Brunson, 39 for the Knicks as they blew out the Hawks, 126-97. They lead 3 games to 2 going back to Atlanta. Game 6 tomorrow. The NBA settling on a 3-2-1 draft lottery format they believe will curtail tanking by teams. It adds 2 more teams to the pool that could get a top 3 pick. The league hopes owners will formally approve it at their next meeting in May. More sports scores and stories, 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Sports Saturday with
couple random things, odds and ends to get into today. Dan Lanning is on Cameo.
Yeah, should we send in a message to get a rejoiner for the show?
Oh, that's a good idea. How much does it cost?
I don't know. Let me see if I can find that out. Have you ever used Cameo before?
Okay, so can I be in the trust tree with you?
Yeah.
2018.
Okay.
Let me take you back to a time.
You take me back.
8 years ago.
Take me back. Way back.
We started doing Christmas gifts for each other. I was going to get Buster Posey to do a cameo for you.
Was he on Cameo?
Yeah, this was when everybody
It kind
was
of
literally
popped
on
out
Cameo.
and everybody's getting paid a lot of money. Yeah.
And I pulled it up, and I'm like, Buster Posey would be a really good one for Dirt as a Christmas gift. Like
That's
just
a
an
fun one.
audio message, and then I could email it to him.
What's up, Dirt?
And it was
Buster,
something
is
like
that you?
it was like $220, and I was like,
Nope.
All right, Dirt, where are we gonna find it, Fred Meyer? We're not doing Buster Posey.
According to a quick Google search, it says it's $150 to $165 for a personalized message.
I don't think Odyssey's gonna give us that money.
I don't think they're going to cover the cost of that. I don't quite think that will happen. But it is funny
Would
that he's
you
doing
guys want to collectively?
everybody chip in a little bit. It is there's been so other fans have discovered this. that he's on
Dusty's
Cameo.
down there once a week. Why can't we just tell him to go get us
Brand
Right,
flyers?
why can't we
What
get
are you
one?
doing, dude?
Dusty
Yeah.
knows him.
What are you doing all the time, huh, Brand
Come on, Brand Man. Get him to say, hey, it's Dan Lanning, right?
Right.
Listen to my guys in the morning, right? Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan, right?
That's actually pretty. If he drops 4 rights and then gives us a
Oh.
football,
Winning football is winning football.
It'd be, that's perfect.
that's a delightful
That's all
little
I need
rejoiner
from
right
Dan.
there.
Bacon and go whoop ass.
I saw one from there's a USC guy because USC and Oregon fans are always going at it on social media, and one of these fake account, not a fake account, but a like kind of anonymous person was like, "Ooh, this is going to be a treasure trove," and he bought a cameo from Dan Lanning. Now I don't know what the prompt was, but I'm assuming he asked him to say like USC is my daddy and USC is going to dominate the West Coast.
You tend to get guys
Right,
who
like-
want the guy to troll, not
Yes.
knowing they're trolling, or to just do it to have their voice.
And the Lanning response was pretty funny. He basically was like, you know what, you're right. Oregon is the standard on the West Coast, and we look forward to continuing to push that standard to getting even better. Go Ducks. Thanks for donating. So all the money's going to cancer charity. That's why he's doing this.
Yeah.
He's raising money for childhood cancer research. So all the inventory he's bringing in is going straight to the cause.
Yeah.
But other fans are trying to play with it, and he's having a good time responding to it. But that was one of the random, like, wait, what? Dan Lanning, cameo? Okay.
Is there any fan base that could get him to say go whatevers? I mean, he probably ends it with a go Ducks because he knows he's saying
I
the
don't
other.
think he's going to do. I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't think
Like,
he's
could I get Dan Lanning to say, like, yeah, go Bees for sure. Thanks for donating to the cancer charity. Yada,
try.
yada, yada. It's a great rivalry. Hope we get it back. Go Ducks.
I don't
Like,
think it'd have to be like a small school.
Yeah, one that you'll never have the chance of playing.
Yeah.
well, that's why I used Oregon State.
Well, they're going to probably play again at
Are
some point.
they?
Maybe.
I don't know about that.
Bring it back.
If Shepard knows what he's doing, he will schedule nothing but patsies.
I thought you guys were haul in again with Shepard. This is
We
the
are
time.
haul in, but I don't want to play any hard teams. I want to win as
You
many
want, you want the
games.
Indiana schedule? You
Yes.
want Old Dominion?
Yes. Go 3-0.
I don't think the Beaver one will happen. I don't think anybody who has been on or potentially will be on the schedule will get a go whatever. But I bet like if a Georgia fan sent one in, was like, hey, Dan, thanks for your time in Athens. Can I get a go Dogs? Woo, woo, woo. I bet he'd do it.
I bet he barks.
I bet he barks. He'd give you a bark from a former school.
Yeah, I guess if he has if he has your logo tatted on his
then
body,
he will give you a go. Alabama can get one.
You think he's saying forks up?
Forks up?
I don't think he's saying forks up. And he's got an ASU helmet on his body.
Keep an eye for herpes down there. Good luck, everybody. Forks up.
Yeah, Kenny D, good guy, right?
Right.
Forks up.
Love my Kenny. Love
Dilly dilly.
dilly dilly. Love you, dilly dilly.
Dilly. I mean, it's a fun thing that he's doing.
It is,
You don't
and
have
for a
lot of
good
coaches
cause.
doing
It's
it.
probably that down. Like spring football just wrapped. This is his like one off-season part of the year where I think it's well, maybe not fully dead in recruiting. They're still doing some recruiting, but everything's kind of dialed back now for a little bit before they pick back up in the summer.
Yeah.
And he's on Cameo.
Yeah. Cameo used to be a thing. I didn't know it was still here.
I had no idea. I had not thought about Cameo until I saw this yesterday.
Who's the person that if I did get you a Cameo, who is the most random, like, you would think it's cool and also you'd be like,
really?
this is kind of bizarre.
Like a Gary Danielson autographed jersey?
He told me about that months before, and it was like instantly, dude, greatest
Hilarious
idea.
idea. Hilarious idea.
Yeah.
Also, It's Gary Danielson, you know.
I'll tell you this. He has another gift idea that is phenomenal.
Give me a Victor Wembanyama cameo. I'm only good on defense because I try hard.
Hey, dude, come to the paint. I block your weak ass.
Yeah, you would, because I think I go up to your knee.
I told my daughter.
That's a good question. I don't know.
By the way, post game, De'Aaron Fox is being interviewed next to Wemby with
Whoever the
George Sedano.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my daughter, because the camera has it on Fox, but it's a wide shot, and it literally is cut out where it says Spurs on the jersey, and it's all you see from Wemby.
Where's the rest of him?
And I told my daughter, I go, the guy they're talking to is 2 inches taller than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox is 6'3".
It's a 6'3" guard right there.
And so she looks at him and then looks at Wemby. It's like, oh my God.
Lord. Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's what you'd be dealing with.
I think we need to get him a Ken Burns cameo. The only problem is it'll take 10 minutes.
Ken Burns.
He
would be
might
solid.
want all 10 minutes, though.
I might, yeah. That's not a bad
What's your
idea.
favorite part about doing a World War II, Doc Ken?
Let's talk about the Civil War, Ken. I would love to. Let's
A Ken
do it.
Burns cameo is a great pull by
Somebody
you.
had a great text, said, where did this go? He was talking about YouTube quad boxes. He said, Dirt's quad box for the rest of the NBA season. Hockey.
Yeah.
Ducks versus them. Thunder versus Spurs for hate-watching purposes.
Right.
And Band of Brothers with the audio on.
Yeah, absolutely. The audio is on Band of Brothers while all the other events are happening.
I got the game on. I'm keeping an eye on the score.
Mix in some Masters highlights and you're good.
Replayable PGA Tour rounds on the Golf Channel. Now we're talking. Now you're tickling my fancy.
I think you're going to have the whitest quad box in all of YouTube.
Dude, it is so white, dude. So white.
So white.
Michael Block's down in Bandon Dunes. Watching that PGA Champions.
I didn't know that was going on.
Yeah.
I didn't really either, and then he holed out for Eagle.
Today's
the
the final round.
Yeah.
What course do they play on? Old OG
Pack
Bandon?
and OG
Playing
Bandon.
Pacific Dunes and Bandon Dunes.
Oh, man.
Because there's it starts with 330 of them.
There was
whittled
one
down.
of the Beaver golf players. They had a college tournament there. Dude, he shot, what did he I think he shot a
said it-
67 or
Yeah.
maybe it was a 65 at Pack. And
I
I'm
saw
just
that.
like,
Yeah.
I've played Pack. How did you do that?
How is that possible?
How do you have that ability?
I don't even know.
Oh.
Doesn't make any sense. Just seeing Bandon Dunes on my TV made me smile.
Nothing was a dirtier tease on my last Bandon trip than Pack Dunes. Because I started par with 2 very makeable bird putts that I just like an inch away.
You're feeling good, Mojo.
And I'm feeling so good.
We're striping it today, boys.
And then I got to the third hole, par 5, and we put an 8 on that scorecard, and it unraveled from there. I was like, I don't think I like this course anymore.
Hit 8 balls in the ocean, man. What just happened?
It wasn't good.
Got to buy a sleeve at the turn.
There was nothing more nerve-wracking because we had 4 groups at the tee box.
Yeah.
Our group was the first one.
Everybody's waiting.
Guess who lost the tee of destiny?
Oh, no.
I'm teeing off first.
in front of a gallery of people.
And that par 4 is short, and the window's weird, so I went 3 wood, which could be dicey with me.
Let's
and
play
I
it safe.
striped it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a good golfer.
Here we go.
And then just
Did you get a
killed
club
me.
twirl?
I got a little bit of a club. Yeah, it was. I hit it perfectly. And I'm like, oh
gotta
my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Look, everybody who was on that tee box thought, damn, that guy's pretty good.
That guy's pretty good.
That guy knows
And then
what
my
he's doing.
second shot stuffed it within like 8 feet. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
This is one of those days.
Got off that, got a par. I'm like, we're good. We're good.
We survived.
Shot a 97.
This is going to go sideways in a hurry.
I didn't get to what I wanted. I didn't even want to talk about the landing thing there.
I mean, the landing cameo thing's pretty funny.
It's pretty cool. I'm on Cameo's website. I'm going to see if Ken Burns is on this.
Yeah, I'm curious who else is actually on
If
there.
I can't
Who
get
still
Ken
does
Burns, can I get Ken G?
it? Ooh, Kenny G?
Kenny G is on.
Does he play an instrument or does he talk?
I think he flutes.
Do I get a 10-second flute?
I think he saxophones for you.
Okay.
And I think he does it real hard.
You can play my saxophone.
All right, let's get to. I got one random. We got poll questions up. We'll tee those up, and then we'll dive fully into the Blazers' end of season. What do you want them to do stuff at the top of the hour? But back with a random NFL note. A guy got dunked on yesterday in the right way. I'll tell you who I'm talking about next on The Fan. All right, we'll dive into the Blazers. Their season is a wrap. We can talk about some of the off-season stuff. We'll talk with Keith Smith of Spot Track about it. He covers the NBA at large. A couple things here. No Ken Burns on Cameo.
Not available,
but you can book, what is his name? Not Michael. Damn it.
Certainly a big deal.
The guy from The Office. Kevin.
Kevin from The Office?
Brian Baumgartner's $195 if you want to book him.
$195?
Yeah.
There's a lot 15-second video?
Like Bob Does Sports is $150. I'd rather have Dan Lanning.
I would too.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Bob Does Sports. He's hilarious.
It's a great show.
The show's awesome. But yeah,
show.
I think I would lean Lanning there.
Couple Blazer poll questions are up at the show account at Dirt and Sprague. We'll post our poll question of the day here momentarily. And let's just rattle them off. We did a couple last night. Do you want Tiago Splitter back as head coach? Yes or no? Right now, no is leading the way on that one by overwhelming percentage.
I mean, the second half maybe helped his case a little bit, but if that game would have continued from the way it looked in the first half, I think that would have been an overwhelming no. Whether that's fair or not, that was just the way people were feeling last night.
Do you want Joe Cronin back as GM of the Blazers?
Ooh.
Yes or no? No is overwhelmingly winning that one early on. If you have a $90 million contract and you play 5 minutes in a playoff game, should that count as a DNP? Yes or no? Yes is winning right now on the poll. And the one I just posted about 15 minutes ago, what do you want the Blazers to do with Shaedon Sharpe this summer? Keep, trade. Trade, overwhelmingly winning the poll question. So you can vote at Dirt and Sprague. It's where we put the poll question of the day, and we'll get to that, and we'll get to the Blazers at the top of the hour. I, for the first time in a long time, I was sitting last night laughing, encouraging Seahawk fans to continue on. I was rooting for Seahawk fans in something yesterday.
What's wrong with Seahawk fans right now?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with Seahawk fans. I was, rooting for them. So did you see this post from Dan Orlovsky?
I don't follow Dan Orlovsky.
I don't either, but he had a thing in here. Where is it? He might have deleted it, to be honest with you.
It was that bad, huh?
He got dunked on. It was basically to the effect of, no rookie really makes a difference for a team to the point enough to win. So the Rams taking Ty Simpson actually makes a lot of sense, and it's ridiculous to suggest they could have got a win-now player, to which Seattle Seahawks fans saw this and was like, yo, 2 in last year's draft alone are the reason we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You had Gray Zabel, who had the best run rate of any guard in the rookie class.
They finally hit on an offensive lineman.
Finally had an offensive lineman that came in and they had a running game. And, oh, by the way, Nick Emanwuri was a stud for them defensively.
Yes, he was.
And so a Seahawks fan was just dunking on what a stupid-ass take to suggest the Rams couldn't have picked a player that would help them win the Super Bowl this year.
I mean, that's one. Look, Orlovsky was riding high after his Simpson thing because he was adamant Simpson was going to be a first-round pick.
So you know why?
I don't know the backstory of that.
Guess who shares an agent?
That's usually the way this works. Help me out here, Mr. Editor.
Yep.
That's the way that all of this stuff works. So he was probably riding high, though, because it did end up happening for him. He was a first-round pick. He went 13th overall, much higher than that.
Right.
Like, the year, but Cooper DeJean had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
They had 2 lockdown corners that year. Quinyon Mitchell
Jaden Daniels,
and Cooper DeJean were awesome their rookie years.
Jaden Daniels' rookie year, they went to the NFC title game. Yeah. What are we talking about here,
This is what people were doing. I think that's why he deleted the tweet.
Yeah, you got that's a bad one. You're trying to defend again the guy who you're defending going into the draft.
Right.
Now I know because you have the same agent.
It's ridiculous.
And you come up with a really dumb argument that doesn't make any sense. Look, you want to argue it. Nobody knows how this is going to turn out. Stafford could snap his back in half this year. Simpson comes in and leaves it in the playoffs. Who knows?
Is Simpson going to be ahead of Stetson Bennett?
I have no idea. Maybe in 3 years Stafford retires and Simpson takes over.
Exactly.
And he's a franchise quarterback. But to say you don't need impactful rookies to win? What? Come on, man. Of all the arguments you can make pro Simpson pick, that's the worst one.
Yeah. Who would need Lemon out there catching balls from Matthew Stafford? Why would you ever?
That had nothing to do with that.
Loaded second hour of the program. Our beloved Blazers fall in 5. Sorry to all the bettors of over 5.5 games, including one Brandon O'Henson.
Yeah, he thought that thing was going a little bit longer.
Which, in the moment, I don't blame him for the take.
After game 2, we all thought it was going a little bit longer than 5.
But it's not. It's over, and it was over.
Should have gone 6.
Pretty quickly. Yeah, well, it didn't.
It also should have gone 4.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that. I hate Blazer fans. We should have won the series. No, you should have been swept, but okay. But the series is over. Let's dive into the Blazers. Their season comes to an end. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers season coming to an end in 5 games against the Spurs, who bolted to a 17-4 start to Game 5. Built a 28-point lead and cruised to the 114-95 victory. Spurs now await the winner of Nuggets-Timberwolves. Sixers avoided elimination Tuesday night with a 113-97 win over the Celtics. Game 6 in Philly on Thursday. Jalen Brunson had 39 for the Knicks. They blew out the Hawks 126-97, up 3-2 going to Atlanta for Game 6 tomorrow. NCAA appears close to finalizing the plan to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments from 68 to 76 teams. That would begin next season. Final approval is expected by mid-May. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm.
Hey, welcome back in. The second hour of the radio program. Dirt and Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. That's 1080 AM, the Odyssey app. YouTube. Are we up and live? We're on YouTube this morning.
Everything's rolling, it appears.
Hello, good morning. Hope everybody's Wednesday is off to a nice little start. It's good to be with you. A lot to get to in the second hour of the radio program. Mostly unpacking the Blazer season and the feelings of all of it. And
Hags, everybody.
Hags. A lot of hags out there.
Time to hags.
Yeah.
Have a great summer, everybody. We'll see you. We'll see you in October.
We'll hag it up. We'll see who are we still going to talk to and be friends with next season, because, you know, you always wrote hags in a yearbook and then didn't see that person until school started.
Who's moving away with their family, never to be seen or heard from again.
Yeah, Rob Will might be choosing to pack up and
He
leave.
could.
Even though we have his bird rights, we might just be like, man, we can't pay that kind of money. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on all that stuff. So the Blazers fall in 5.
They did last night. It
Season
was over
comes to an end
relatively quickly. I know that they made it, put a little lipstick on the pig there in the fourth quarter with City Sissoko and
They
beat
took
Krejci.
that time out at 17-4, and I'm like,
This thing's over.
Nope.
That game was
12-2,
over.
it was over. You're like, oh, no.
90 seconds into the game was over, and you could just tell. San Antonio was knocking down shots. Portland looked like they were ready for the offseason. They blew double-digit leads twice over the weekend at home. That thing had overwritten all over.
Spurs have been watching that Celtics game in the fourth quarter, and like, yeah,
We're not doing that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, Julian Champagny was like, we're done.
Yeah.
3. Okay, all right. I mean, I'm going to keep the game on, but it was an immediate, like, wife get home. She got home from work. Game starts, 6:30. You got to watch the game. I'm like, yeah, it's just about to start. Oh, you're locked in on the couch. Here we go. And then after about 10 minutes, I'm like, you need any help with anything? You need to clean the dishes? We need to
Yeah, I'd say about
laundry?
mid-second quarter, I was like, I'm just going to do the dishes now instead of waiting
just
till the end of the game.
get it over with now.
Yeah.
Anything else we got to check off the to-do list before we go to bed? I'll just, okay, let's see. Still 20. Okay, all right. Let me clean this thing up. Let me take the garbage out. Let me see. 25 now. Okay, I think we're all right.
Third quarter started. I missed the first 4 or 5 minutes, and I yelled, "What's the score?"
Somebody else is in the living room.
And my daughter's like, 73-46.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I think we're all right here. Nothing to see here. We'll see you next season.
That's all she could hear from me.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You know what their season was?
Expired.
That was expired.
Their run came to an end.
Yeah, it did. The funniest, I don't know where you'd go. I mean, the series was I think almost everybody's thought it'd be 4 or 5 games at most, right?
Yeah, you won a game. Wemby goes down. You couldn't capitalize it over the weekend. The second you blew the lead on Friday without Wemby, the series was over.
Yeah,
the series was
Any
a wrap.
glimmer of hope that you had after winning game 2 and Wemby not playing just disappeared at that moment.
Yeah, and I know that they had that first half run when Wemby came back in 4, but Dirt and I live bet the Spurs money line because we're like, I don't know about those.
We just saw them do that 2 days earlier without Wembanyama on the floor. Was not surprised.
If I tell you they go up by 30 and they end up winning the game 114-95, what is Victor Wembanyama's field goals?
Yeah, that was
in
the
your
unique
mind?
part about the first half last night that was really depressing to see
He made
because
5 shots. He had 6 blocks.
dude, they had what did they have? They have 66 points, I think, as a team, somewhere in the mid to upper 60s, and they only had
65.
one guy in double figures.
Yeah, they had 65
It
points.
wasn't like somebody went for 28 in the first half and was just lighting you up. It was like everybody had 10 points that was playing.
Harper was awesome off the bench. He had 17. Johnson
Shocking.
only had I didn't think Keldon Johnson was amazing in this series. He did some
No.
good stuff, but he only had 7 points.
The sixth man of the year didn't do a lot, and they still dominated you.
Starting lineup 19, 17, 21, 10, and 15.
How about that?
Pretty
And
good.
when they needed to, late in the game, when things got down to 9, and you're like, do I need to turn this thing back on? De'Aaron Fox answered with like an 11-0 personal run.
Yeah,
and no
De'Aaron
matter
Fox
what
was the closer.
You want a 3-pointer off of a pick? You got it. You want to come out and close on me? I'm going to go to the hoop and finish over you. All right, there you go. This thing's back up to 20, and the game is over.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way it went for our beloved Trailblazers. Very odd, too, I thought, because we'll dive into more of, the season's over now. The series is what it is. We talked about games 3 and 4, and, you were lucky to win game 2, in my opinion, and you lost game 1 pretty convincingly. So the series is kind of a wrap. I don't know what more there is to add other than that was who I wanted them to play to see where they were truly in the West.
They gave you an indicator of where you're at.
And I think they at least showed you, hey, you want to get to a certain level? This is where we're at, and this is a young team.
You are a long ways away from this, and our 3 best players, well, maybe not 3 because Fox is still a hell of a player.
Fox is one of the 3 best players.
So they're 3 of their 4 best players, maybe. I guess this is the scary part about the Spurs. I don't even know where Dylan Harper ranks on their roster.
No, Harper's, if you said top 4 players for the Spurs, I would probably say, well, the whole season's different than right now. But if you went whole season, I guess, maybe Harper's just the odd man out there because you got to go Keldon.
Because he was 6th man of the year.
De'Aaron.
Right.
Stephon. Wembanyama.
The point, though, remains that they have 3 young guys that they hit on in the draft, and they will be building around for years to come.
Yeah.
Their backcourt is set, whether Fox sticks around long term or they decide to eventually move him when they feel like Harper's ready to slide into the starting lineup. They got a lot of options that they could choose from, and no matter where they turn, there's an impactful player waiting to happen. Carter Bryant, who showed flashes at times, and some games doesn't even sniff the rotation.
He played 1 minute yesterday.
That's how deep they were up by 30 points, and he played 1 minute, and then he had moments where he had an impactful dunk or a defensive stop in this series and showed you, oh, that's right, there's flashes there. He also was a lottery pick. So I think that's the biggest takeaway from a scary note, right? I think out of the game, there's 2 different reactions. One is let's be appreciative of the season and what it was, and it was a step in the right direction and all that. And I'm not saying any of those opinions are wrong. And then there's the other side of it for me, watching this team do what they're doing, looking at their age and their contracts and the bird rights and all of that. And you were 100% spot on that. You don't say 10 years because you never know what the NBA could bring. Victor Wembanyama's legs could snap off for all we know because they're made out of twigs. But you just look at the ages of their roster and you say, you wanted that litmus test of where do we stack up, man? You're a long ways away from that. Not that we're surprised by it. The series went basically how I thought it was going to go. But I hope it's going to serve as the wake-up call that's necessary going into the offseason.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Greg Oden's point yesterday on our show was, wait till he gets Giannis' strength. And I was like, oh, God.
If he gets bigger and stronger?
See, I don't think he gets much bigger. I think when he gets strong, it's Kevin Durant doesn't get enough credit, I think. He is stronger than people know.
But he can't bench 135, though.
Well, that was the draft. He can bench 320 now.
Can he really?
Yeah,
That's pretty remarkable.
Because it was a thing that I think he is a very insecure person. So the report of not being able to bench 185 came out at the draft. People are like, can't draft that. He did videos when he was in OKC at the tail end. He was at a gym.
That's remarkable.
Posting videos and 300 pounds he was bench pressing. So those guys don't even look that big.
No.
But they're stronger than you think. If he gets to Giannis, Even Giannis, I kind of wonder if that kind of amount of muscle can work for Wemby's body.
Yeah, did Giannis go too far? Because now he's constantly hurt, right? Like he might have taken it a little over the top in terms of the adding of muscle.
What's your body built for? Yeah, that's the tough thing.
What can it handle?
Look at Anthony Davis. He's had kind of the same thing, too. He's bulked up and he's gotten hurt a lot. But I think the point remains, like, that's why I wanted them to play it. It wasn't fun to watch that happen last night. It's not great to see them choke 3 and 4 away.
No.
It's more just like I would rather have a real honest assessment of who you are and where you're at than, I don't know, have some misleading false idea of where you're at. Don't give me a reason to run it back. Is basically where I was at, is get exposed, show the weaknesses where I think that they obviously are, and you roll it out, see how it goes. They won a game. That was a success in many people's minds because a lot had them getting swept.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have a lot of questions and how everything is going to operate this summer. It's fascinating. I text with, I think it was Hiken. I texted a couple games ago. I was like, I know this sounds weird because they won game 2, and I think it was going into game 3. I can't wait to see what they do at home. I'm excited for the Moda to have home playoff games. I'm almost mentally to a point where I want to just get to the summer because I don't think they're winning this series.
I've been there for a while.
And I'm more excited about seeing, okay, you made the playoffs, cool. You got an all-star out of it. You've got some pieces that had good seasons. What is the offseason going to be? And then games 3, game 4 happen, and now we're here after 5. And I'm like, yeah, this is – I don't want to be in this situation. I'd rather be the Spurs, but we know they're not. So it's like, okay, how do you take steps to get closer to what that was?
Yeah, I think your point on a false sense of security is good because I would argue that's what the organization went through last year where they went, and I know they ended up making some, like Anthony Simons got traded and they brought in Drew Holiday and bought out DeAndre Ayton. But last year they go on that kind of little mini run at the end of the season, largely against irrelevant tanking teams or teams without their best or 2 best players. And we looked at it and said, well, now everybody's getting a contract extension because look how good we were in the back half of the year. But in reality, we didn't really do anything that mattered. And all of the defensive metrics that they built those extensions off of ended up being a bit of a lie.
They were incredibly misleading.
And
even this year they were.
An indicator of what you were going to be coming into the season. We all came into the conversation before the year we're going to be a top 10 defense in the league, and they were not a top 10 defense in the league. And they got better again later in the season, but ironically, what happened? They played a bunch of bad teams, and they didn't beat anybody with a pulse for the last 2 months of the year. And so I'm with you that it's nice to, I think, have a clearer picture in terms of where the gap is and where the difference is. And I think it's an alarming one, I hope, for a lot of Blazer fans, of the reminder that, like, man, this isn't an aging dynasty that you're going to have to try and climb over. San Antonio's not leaving the Western Conference. Oklahoma City's not leaving the Western Conference. The ultimate goal is to compete at the highest level, because if it's not, then what the hell are we doing here? And there is a stark difference between your 2 teams. And so while we can sit here and pat ourselves on the back and say that was a successful season, I'm not going to come out and kill them for losing to San Antonio because I expected them to lose to San Antonio. And there certainly were a handful of positives. The reality remains, man, like you are a galaxy away from doing anything that matters in this league.
Pretty big gap there, yeah.
And this goes back to, and I made this argument, the point that you're making a couple of weeks ago. I remember getting back from Hawaii and being back from vacation, like, hey, all right, playoffs are around the corner. And I don't want to poo-poo. I was at the game on Friday night. The atmosphere was fun. The weather was great. The city was certainly into it. Like, it was cool to have those little mini moments and have kind of some Blazer fandom excitement back. But it was incredibly short-lived. And now if your goal is to not have it be short-lived, you got a lot of really hard questions you got to answer this offseason, a lot of really tough roster decisions to make. And coming out of that playoff series, to me, I don't know about everybody else, but there's a bit of a murkier picture on your roster and what exactly you have, which is, again, why I'm glad that they had that series. Because if you would ask me 2 weeks ago, hey, Dirt, how do you feel about Donovan Clingan? Hey, dude, he's had a great year, too. He was awesome. He clearly got better from year 1 to year 2. There was growth. All of that is a positive. And then coming out of the series, I'm saying he was unplayable for the majority of it. So how exactly do I feel? The picture got a little murkier for me.
I didn't think he was good last night, even though his numbers were better.
He had a couple of threes. Like Kamara, who was a guy who had a really good year, shot 37% from 3. He couldn't do anything offensively for 5 games in the playoffs. Nothing. He can't make a shot. And so there's a lot of those little examples where all of a sudden maybe the way I felt a week or 2 ago hasn't totally changed. And I'm not saying give up on everybody, but I think it was pretty glaring how bad some of your guys who we thought had good years ended up playing in this postseason series.
Scoot completely disappeared. His last 2 games were abysmal. What was he, 0 for 7 in game 4, right?
Yes.
So he finished 2 of 13 in the final 2 games with 5 points.
Yep. After the Dylan Harper trash talk moment, he just disappeared from the
Dylan
series.
Harper literally stole a soul.
Yes, he did.
Drew Holiday was pretty abysmal last night.
I mean, he's fine, but he's not a number 2 scoring option, and he's getting older.
Well, I think that's the point. That's the point I made yesterday, and it just showed itself really bad last night. Now it's a closeout game on the road, so it's like not shocking they lost the way they did. But look at just the starting 5. Like, it's one thing to tout what guys did over the year and say, honestly, hey, growth. Hey, good season. Tamani Kamara, good season. I don't think he's going to make All-NBA, by the way.
No.
So that's last year, and he's still a good defender. It's not to say he's suddenly not a good defender. It's just the crowd of that conversation is much bigger this year. Donovan, we all agree. Good season.
Took a step in the right direction.
But if we're using the playoffs as also part of the conversation...
It has to be a part of the equation.
You had 1.5 players last night capable of scoring in your starting lineup.
Yep.
It doesn't define guys, but right now Tamani Kamara is end of Memphis run Tony Allen in the playoffs, which means what to people? Right. And Donovan Clingan is largely unplayable against anybody with real size or hyper athletic. And it's not that they won't change, they won't have better moments. It's just that now we're in the roster building phase of, hey, remember the identity. I'd say this. You used last year at the end, and I think it's a good one because we got a little blowback, I think, based on I didn't buy what they were selling us as an organization. They went, you want to talk about going so all in it'll hurt. They went all the way in to try to tell us that this was suddenly a defensive juggernaut. Their entire identity from an organization standpoint was
head coach, defense,
we're
GM,
defense. Our head coach, defense, length, defense. Yeah. And we're like, are we sure about this? And everybody here locally was telling me they were sure this was a top 7 defense in the league. No doubt. And I'm like, I don't know, man. They played a lot of crappy teams last year at the end. And what did they come into the season with? Well, their head coach got arrested by the FBI, and he may be pleading guilty any minute now because the other guy in that case also pleaded guilty. And their defense was very middle of the road. In fact, I'd argue many games awful.
Yep.
When they played really good teams, that
legitimate
defense was
teams.
not good.
Yep.
And then what did it do the last 2 weeks of the season? It became a top 4 defense in the NBA. Well, they've turned the corner now. Yeah, they played the Grizzlies and they played the Nets
and the
Pacers. They played the Pacers and the Pelicans and like you have to take that into it. So suddenly the defensive identity they were touting, it completely evaporated. And then it picked up at the end of the year again because somehow your schedule is easy every year in the second half. Like I think that's the other part.
Teams in the Western Conference, that's part of it.
When you say Trailblazers identity right now, all I can clearly say is Denny Dame.
Denny, yeah.
You know, Tamani is there and he's not going anywhere in my opinion. Donovan's there, he's not going anywhere. But the identity is not defense. Nope. That's not a defense. When Dame comes back, it's definitely not a defensive team.
He does not make you better on that end of the floor.
So, the identity part they're still trying to find while also touting they found some stuff this year, which is a good thing. And now we get into the offseason and what you want. And that's where I ask, Blazer fan, what do you want this team to do? We got a bunch of poll questions up on this. You could chime in at 503-864-6326. Their season comes to an end last night. We'll talk some more about that. Hour number 2 rolls on 105.1 The Fan. Fan text lines 503-864-6326. A end of season edition. The Blazers' year comes to an end, and now the pivotal offseason begins for our Trailblazers.
I will remember you.
Damon Jones pleaded guilty yesterday to try to get a lesser prison sentence. He's in the case with Chauncey Billups. So if we get some Billups pleading guilty news, we'll try to pass that along to you.
Yes, we will.
Blazers season ends. Here's Denny Avdia and what he gained from playoff experience.
I don't know if a lesson, but more an experience. I feel like that experience was needed for me, for the team, as a group, to fight together, to see how it is with playoff physicality, playoff atmospheres. I had a lot of fun, and we left it all on the court. I left it all on the court. But, you got to stay resilient, you got to stay together, and you got to do it together.
He didn't finish with exactly the 35 I asked for, but I thought he was at least trying to set the tone by the way he started the game. I was like, all right, Denny's got like 8 of our first 10 points. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
He was the only one doing anything in the first half.
He was the only one.
When they were down by 30, they had 20, and I want to say he had like 16 of them. He was the only guy doing anything.
Tiago Splitter on his future as going from interim coach. Is he the next coach? Is he going to be a different coach somewhere else? Like, here's Tiago Splitter on his future.
It's been the whole season like that, to be honest. It's not like now it's any different. So it's just I'm happy where we got. I'm happy with the effort. But the future, who knows? I gotta sit down now with my family, of course with the Blazers, and see what's going on.
I am in no way a great coach, but it's funny, like, coaching basketball at different levels. And what's interesting to me is getting on social media and watching fans be literally so game to game on who should be the coach and not the coach.
Game 2, re-sign him. You got to make him the guy. Last night in the first half, get rid of him, fire everybody.
I mean, it feels like it just blows with the wind. Oh, yes. We won the game. Tiago's the guy, dude. Nobody else could ride this shit. This is the greatest coaching job of all time. Then you get blown out by 30. He's a bum. Don't bring it back. And I'm like, that's not how any of that works. But
nope.
All right, we'll have to kind of wait and see on Tiago. I would say this. Last night was actually my first real me out loud, what are you doing?
Yeah.
About Tiago Splitter. Like, all through the season.
Was it rotations or no change in the starting lineup?
He had, no, it's this, none of that. It was, now look, the game is well in hand, right? Once the Spurs got like a 30-point lead in the first half, that game was cooked. But it was at some point in the second half, and I can't remember what exactly the score was. The lineup was Rob Will, Drew Holiday, Matisse Thybulle, Sidi Sissoko, Jeremy Grant.
City had a night.
City had a fourth quarter.
He had a night last night.
He had a fourth quarter.
Untouchable.
Good for him, though. Seriously.
It was, dude.
That's
in
awesome.
The playoffs, that was awesome.
Be able to dunk on your boy?
Yeah, on Wembanyama. He had like a double pump dunk, getting smacked in the head.
I cannot take you seriously in the moment when that's your 5-man lineup. You are down by 28 points. So your solution is to just go largely all defense?
You need a little bit of offense in there.
You got to have somebody.
Little bit of offense.
You know who the offensive guy in that lineup is? It's Drew Holiday.
Yes. Williams, who
can
was
score,
awful
but
last night.
yeah, he was not good last night, and he's not like a go-get-a-bucket guy. He's a distributor, defensive disruptor, and hopefully have a game where he gives you 25.
On a good team, he's a sixth man.
Matisse Thybulle, did he hit a shot in the series? I have no clue. C.D. Sissoko's a two-way guy. Jeremy Grant had his worst playoff performance of his career.
Horrible.
And Rob Will is a putback dunk or lob guy. He's nothing else.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that was my first, what are you doing?
Yeah, that didn't make a lot of sense. I think that was the interesting part for me in the aftermath of the series. I know we have some audio on it, but what was getting punished and what was getting rewarded was interesting to me. Like the guys, it felt like there were moments where certain guys were being held to a standard that others weren't, if that makes sense. Like offense and defense are both important in basketball. We get it. But when you're down and you're having a really hard time scoring the basketball, there's only a handful of guys on your roster that even possess the ability, that have an offensive pulse to be able to do it on that end of the floor. You know who one of those guys is not? Matisse Thybulle. Matisse Thybulle had a stretch, I want to say it was in the second quarter, where he missed like 3 consecutive shots. And he made a couple of nice defensive plays in the mix. One of them led to another 3 in transition, but guess what he did with that 3? Clank.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have an offensive game.
Yeah.
But he's playing you go ahead and get out there. You're in the rotation. When you're down by 30, like we desperately need somebody to score, and you're playing 5-on-3 when he's on the floor. And that was the unique part about me, or the rotations coming out of the series for me, of like Shaedon playing 6 minutes. I'm certainly not going to sit here and defend Shaedon. It felt like there were times he just didn't care. It felt like they subbed him in and immediately he's running at 50% speed. There just doesn't seem to be an intensity or an effort level that is necessary for playoff basketball. So don't take this as like I'm sticking up for Shaedon. It's more of like, why is he the one that's playing 6 minutes and not a guy who literally can't make a shot?
So he was asked by Heiken in the postgame about Shaedon not playing in this series, basically, and I didn't pull the audio, but I'll just sum it up for you because it's about a 15-second answer. He goes, well, CD gave us great energy. I thought CD gave
that's fine.
a
CD
really
can
good
play.
effort.
Yeah.
And he goes, I only want to focus on the positives. So what
How
I
was
would
Matisse Thybulle a positive? He literally can't shoot the basketball.
Well, Chris Murray was also getting minutes at one point in this series, and he also
didn't play last night.
Yeah, finally.
Matisse Thybulle played 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Like I'm not. Look,
those are the things
I think
just
both
don't.
things are true.
Yeah.
Shaedon Sharp's time in Portland, it feels
It's
super over.
It's absolutely over.
But also the other part is true of we're playing people who can't score the basketball.
No, your options are limited on this roster. I will give you that benefit.
This is why this whole we're a defensive organization. No, you're not. You got some guys who can play defense, but you're bringing in a 6'2" guard off of an Achilles who will be 36 in 2 months to be like a prime ball handling heavy minute guy, and he never played defense before the injury, and it's certainly not going to change next. Like you're not. You have guys who play defense. That's not your identity. Your identity needs to be Denny Avdia, more three-point shooting, so
Surround
that's where
him
Dame
with
can
shooters.
step up, right?
Sure.
I'm cool with Drew coming back, and I know offense isn't his main thing, but I'm cool with having a Drew Holiday in our locker room. Donovan needs to improve. Tamani needs to get these guys have to play better in big moments, and that's the thing that can suck and be great about basketball. The NBA is not about, he had a good regular season. How do we define our rosters and our guys?
Right.
It's what you do in the playoffs. You think Detroit is going to go into the offseason and say, by golly, we won 60 games, but we lost to the 8th seed of Magic, who nobody thought would make the playoffs?
Right.
No. What did you do when it counted?
Yeah.
It's time to nut up or shut up. And right now, that organization doesn't have shot creators and guys who go get buckets. So, no, your identity is not offense. You gave 114 easily to the Spurs, who largely quit trying in the second half.
Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they had 9 points 3/4 of the way through the fourth quarter.
I like getting bigger and longer and having guys who are disruptors, but you also have to care about offense. That's the cool thing I think about San Antonio, as much as you hate them. Wemby can score, Harper can score, Fox can score, Keldon can score, Vassell
It's a
can
hate us
score.
because they ain't us situation. I just hate them because we ain't them.
They're
I
all
wanna be
two-way
them.
guys. They're all guys who play defense and
Right.
can get buckets.
And you can't leave hardly any of them open because they'll find early in the series we said, well, let Castle shoot all he wants, and then he had moments where he's carrying them offensively.
Castle, that's another good one.
Good luck. I also think too, the coaching thing is funny because they never do them any favors with the mic'd up moments. Coaches need need to put an end to that. Don't let me be mic'd up.
Mic'd up in anything sucks.
They showed him at one point in one of those like third quarter timeouts. It's, come on, guys, keep fighting. Make a couple of shots. It's like, dude, we're down by 28. And I know that they put a little lipstick on the pig late in the year. But to the larger point that you're making that I agree with, and it's why I brought up last year, and I don't want the same thing to happen back-to-back years. And it's one of the reasons I'm a little more optimistic now, because I don't think it's going to happen this offseason. And I remember doing this going into the playoffs and arguing it, and Blazer fans getting butthurt about it because sometimes they don't like the truth. Like, go back to the All-Star break on their schedule and look in the back half of the year and just rattle off the teams that they beat. It's a group of nothingness. It's a group of all lottery teams. You had a bottom of the NBA this year that there was a race in a way that we have never really seen before.
To the point where the NBA had to change.
They're changing the tanking rules.
Yeah.
And guess who you played
a lot of those
largely in the second half of the year? All of those teams. And so, like, that's great that you lit up the Indiana Pacers, who won 4 games this season. That's awesome. Can you light up the San Antonio Spurs? And the answer to that is no. And so this is where I just think there's a really dangerous game of putting too much stock into what we saw in the back half of the year and this argument that it was unquestionably a success. I'm not arguing the season was a failure. That's not the point I'm making. I'm just pushing back on the notion that we largely do in this city of getting high on our own supply, of look at all the progress we made, look at all the steps we made. Like, dude, we made steps against teams who were actively trying to lose games. We rose out of the bottom of the barrel to the bottom third of the barrel to get into the play-in situation. We barely beat the Phoenix Suns in a play-in game. How did they do against OKC in the first round of the playoffs?
They lost by like 22 points a game.
In every game, they got smoked. And again, I'm not surprised by that, but we were that close to losing a play-in game to Phoenix, who couldn't even sniff being competitive in a single half, it felt like, against Oklahoma City. And outside of Wemby smacking his head on the floor, like, there is this idea, I think, sometimes in this city that we try and pump up ourselves and get high on our own supply. And I'm trying to caution against that, and I don't think Tom Dundon's going to do that this offseason.
I don't think people are actually there. I think it's the opposite. I think you're not giving Blazer fan enough credit. I think both things are true here. It's no different than the shade and play, but you have no offensive guys thing, right? I think you can say, don't allow that to be the definition of, oh, let's run it all back, which I don't think they will. But
no, because
we've been
you have
wrong
a new
before.
owner who is, I don't think it'll allow that to happen.
I agree with you, but
in
I
a
also
previous group that would have happened.
I don't, and I think it's also fair to say, like, the season was a success.
Sure.
No, it's not, that's not even a debatable point. They overachieved on their win totals.
They did.
They made the play-in, which is like, that was my bar, was be in the play-in.
Sure.
They overachieved because I didn't know they'd be the 7 seed.
Right.
Even though I had their wins pretty close.
My point is that the reason you did that is because you were trying.
I agree. But all I'm saying is, I think all this is true, and I don't think you're giving Blazer fan enough credit. We have sickos out there that, like, eat up the slop and tell us that this roster took steps and to run it back. Yeah. I mean, I think every city does have a fan base. But I think most Blazer fans, the ones I hear from in person and the people who text into our radio program, I think largely are not disagreeing with anything. That it's like, yeah, this was fine, but you're not close.
Yeah.
So be active, be aggressive. That's all I'm saying. I don't think this is traditional 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I think there were a lot of Blazer fans split. Run it back, Dame CJ forever. And then there was like can we make the big swing move and hope that we take the next step? And that was a debatable thing. I don't think we're there anymore. I think the vast majority would say, yeah, season was a success. What are you going to do this summer? Because it better be big.
Yeah.
And so we could talk about that as we roll on hour number 2. But first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Blazers season coming to an end unserendipitously. 114-95. They get blown out, down 28 in the second quarter, and now will figure out what they're going to do in the front office with their head coach in the roster in the offseason. Spurs, meanwhile, awaiting the winner of the Nuggets-Timberwolves series. Sixers avoided elimination Tuesday night in Boston. They outscored the Celtics 28-11 in the fourth quarter. 113-97 the final. They'll go back to Philly for Game 6 on Thursday. Jalen Brunson had 39 for the Knicks as they blew out the Hawks 126-97. They're up 3-2 going to Atlanta for Game 6 tomorrow. The NBA has apparently settled on a 3-2-1 draft lottery format they believe will curtail tanking. They will add 2 more teams to the pool that could get a top 3 pick, and the league hopes that owners will formally approve that format at their next meetings in May. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on
All right, Dirt's going to keep yelling. I calm you down, dude.
I don't know.
Calm your boobs. We're all together.
I hope that
we
we're
are
all
we are
together.
largely all. Dude,
Let me ask you this.
I have
Hold
not
up.
seen enough evidence to suggest people here are gonna think the dumbest crap of.
Can I
run
just
this
ask
back.
this question, okay? Because
Yeah.
even in the idea of it being a successful season, which I'm not trying to argue it was a failure.
What's
I get
hard
it.
is losing by 30 and on that night seeing all these. It's a
It's
great,
a great
season.
year.
I know that sucks to
Let
see,
me
but it's
ask this
also
follow-up
reality.
question.
Season's over. That's
Let me ask this follow-up question.
Yeah.
Because part of it being a successful year to me is answering long-term questions about your roster and how you feel about guys.
no doubt.
Denny Avdia.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
Click. Check.
Click.
Tamani Kamara.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We're
I
not
don't- I
concerned
don't-
about the offensive impact
Oh, I
and
mean,
not
it's
doing
not
anything on that end of the floor.
His
and
offensive numbers
Tony
were good in the
Allen
regular
and-
se- yeah, no, I'm the one that brought Tony Allen. So
this
I'm the
is
one
why
that
I'm
created
asking
this.
when we're arguing it's a successful season, Donovan Clingan.
Okay. What
Like,
they
go
did-
down the list of the roster.
I understand, but the difference between what they did in the regular season, which both we'd say were good, right? Tamani shot 37% and averaged like 14.
Yes.
Donovan was awesome in year 2 from where he was year 1 when he couldn't play 8 minutes without dying.
And my point is largely
But-
at Cam against dominating tanking teams.
That's fine.
And that's not an indicator of competing at the highest level.
Well, it didn't. Their averages on the season are from playing the amount of games they played.
they
So
beat
that's how
one team that was not in the playoffs, or that was not in the lottery in the second half of the year.
I
And
know.
that team did not have their best player.
You're arguing two different points, though. You're arguing where they got was because of their schedule, and I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, like, what Tamani and Donovan's whole seasons were jumps. They were good. Now, what they are in the long term, I don't know. The long term for me is 2 to 3 years. That's how I view all this stuff. Like,
Yes.
even the Spurs, I'm like, the 10-year dynasty, and I'm like, yeah, we'll see, dude. I've seen it many a time in the NBA. We
Totally
thought the
fair.
Pacers might win the title last year, snap an Achilles, top of the draft. Let's see what they're at next year.
I thought the
right?
Nuggets were going to be
Right. We do
there-
this
yeah.
all the time. Now,
Totally
Oklahoma
fair.
City seems to be a little different because of the way it all is structured. San Antonio may be that way, but I look at it a 2-3 year window. Donovan, Tamani, yes. Next.
See, and this is where I'm it's murkier to me than an easy yes. And that's the reason why I'm just not quite as this was a
It's because
successful
they lost by
great year.
30. It was awful
It's not
last
even just
night.
about that. It's what I saw for 5 games in the playoffs.
I know, but
they were
that's-
unplayable offensively
I understand
in
that.
a playoff series against
I don't
good
disagree with you.
teams.
I don't disagree with you.
Shaden Sharp,
Well, no, and that's who I
Scoot
wanted-
Henderson. Okay, keep going. Like Drew
Talk about
Holiday.
murky. That's Scoot Henderson.
Drew Holiday. What's he look like in 3 years?
I want Drew Holiday next year.
That's fine. You can want him on your team.
Yeah.
Is he your second best player next year?
No, he shouldn't be.
Okay. What's
better
Damian,
not be.
What's Damian Lillard next year?
I don't know.
Okay.
Nobody knows.
This is the point I'm making of it's just a little bit murkier than blanket statements. Successful year, great year, playoffs. Okay, see you next season.
Those are different, though. Like, if you said Sprague is them getting to the 7 seed and losing in 5 to the Spurs, would you define that? If you said this in October, would you define that as a successful season? I would say
give
yeah.
me the context behind it. But yeah,
But
largely I would
just
say yes.
yeah,
But
blanket.
give me the context
I don't,
behind
yeah,
it.
look, you can tell me the schedule and all. I just say yeah, there. Now we can get into the roster of it, and we can disagree on this guy or that guy. That I'm totally fine with. I actually love that stuff. I love
think
when you
Kamara
tell
is
me
a really good player.
Yeah.
That was alarming to me what I just saw.
it was
for 5
alarmingly
games.
awful. I don't disagree with you.
You were playing 5 on floor when he was on the floor.
He made me look up Tony Allen playoff
Yes.
numbers because of how bad he was.
Donovan Clingan got better from year 1 to year 2. He
Yes.
was unplayable in the playoff series.
was pretty
He looked
awful.
slow. He was horrible defensively.
also
He couldn't
20.
hold on to the basketball.
He's also 20.
Okay.
That I think that's fair to say.
Where's that internal development going to go?
We'll have to wait to see.
You know who else is 19? Dylan Harper. He won a playoff game in this series.
It was awesome. Oh my God, he was awesome. You're not wrong. That being said, Shaden Sharp.
He's gone. It's over. It's done. Like it just there's
not a world where I think I want him back, to be honest with you.
There's not a world where he wants to be back either.
I don't think he cares about anything.
Yeah,
you want me to be honest with you?
I'll give him a little more credit than that.
The
but
baby Kobe thing I killed last year, and I didn't want to talk about it much because it's a jokey fun thing. I didn't actually think he was going to be Kobe.
Yeah.
It was more I saw him turn around fade in summer league and was like, oh, little baby Kobe. I said this about him maybe his second or third season. Yeah, I think it would have been third season. Fourth season? Is this fifth season?
This is his 5th year.
All right.
Fourth
third
year.
season is what I said.
Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, that's fine. This is what I said about him.
4th year.
You
Sorry.
don't need last year. So you don't need every great player to be Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, vocal, in your face, or, you know what I mean? You don't need him to be that guy. Tim Duncan was famously very quiet. Mm-hmm. There's an element of like me watching you, even if you're quiet, going, oh, that dude's all in, he's nasty. Tim Duncan, you could watch and go, no, when you see him on the court, there's a lot of FU energy.
Yeah.
I've never seen it from him. Never.
Does not have that dog in
like
him.
The Org, I would imagine the Org is going to be using him in a trade. It's my best guess.
Right.
I'm telling you as somebody watching the product, see ya.
Yeah, I don't need to see that anymore.
I'm
know not trying to scapegoat him for the playoffs.
I'm not
everybody
scapegoating
was
anybody.
bad. I mean, literally everybody was bad at points in this series. Denny was probably your best player, but even he disappeared in the biggest game of the series in Game 3 when you had a chance to take a stranglehold of it and take a lead, and he was atrocious in Game 3. The experiment is done. That was the other part of it for me, of like watching this backcourt who were back-to-back top 10 picks, who we kind of, I think, already had a feeling on going in.
Yeah.
And Scoot gave you a little bit of like, hey, there's a little bit of life there from old Scoot Henderson. And I remember asking the question after that game, is that going to be the Myers-Leonard game, or is that going to be a launching point? And I think we have our reminder, like he disappeared the rest of the series.
It certainly feels very over for our backcourt guys that they tanked and drafted in 3 and 7.
And now we're going from a building team to have a starting backcourt
to
of 36 and 36 next year.
Yeah. Well, and then Denny's not young. He's not old, but this is he's up. So it's you go from the youngest team in the NBA.
We're gonna be that young next year, man.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little older next year.
A little longer in the
Got some young guys in there, but we're gonna be a little older next year.
I mean, I'm psyched to watch Dame put on a Blazer jersey again, but we don't know what it's gonna look like. But we know the starting backcourt will be Dame and Drew.
Sure.
And Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson are just not long for this organization. It feels like at this point.
It felt, that was one of my biggest takeaways. Minus your anger, my biggest takeaway was seeing Scoot on the bench for the whole fourth quarter, just kind of staring off, and then Shaedon not caring at all about where he was.
Yeah.
And I just was like, it hit me of like, that's it. And I can't say with certainty they trade Scoot. They very well could just bring him back and say, let's just see what one more year is before we decide.
He's got another year on his rookie deal anyway. So
you don't have to be in a rush.
You don't have to trade him.
It feels definitely like Shaedon is done, but largely I viewed it as a backcourt of like a couple games should not overlap what the sample size has been.
Yep.
I can't imagine that's how you're roster building. If that's how you're roster building, we got a different conversation.
Well, the other thing that could change this is we don't know who the head coach and we don't know who the GM are going to be next year. And maybe the new head coach and the new GM have different ideas about certain guys on your roster.
Maybe
and
they
feel
do.
like they could get more out of certain guys and give them more run or different roles on the team.
Maybe they do. All right, fan text line's 503-864-6326. We're back with more on 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
We obviously, had some back-to-back turnovers that led to threes. We had some empty possessions on the offensive rebound that led to some of their shots there. So I think the game is connected in that, and I thought it was a little bit of both.
Oof, tough fourth quarter. Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics lose at home in what should have been a closeout game, and they lose. They go to Game 6, going to Philadelphia. Shot 3 of 22, their worst field goal percentage in any quarter in the regular season or playoffs under Mazzulla.
Felt like it was going to be a coronation for them last night. Not the case. Credit to Embiid, man. Like, he's back. He's trying. He was awesome last night. Edgecombe being 77 is really cool, too.
You like 77 as a basketball number?
It's a Blazer thing because we won in 77.
Also, Luka?
Yeah, Luka 7. That's right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
It looks good on Edgecombe, though. That I feel like that.
Who's stinking it up? Celtics at home in a closeout game brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Now through the end of April, Three Mountains Home Services, they can install a tankless water heater, and they'll include a free water softener. Enjoy warmer showers and say goodbye to hard water. Call or visit threemountainshomeservices.com for your appointment today.
1080 AM.
If the NBA tank rule changes that they're calling 3-2-1 is confusing, don't worry. We're also a little blind on this. We'll talk Keith Smith at 8:30.
Will we still be confused after that interview? I think the answer is yes.
I can't wait for Keith Smith to make you eat crow and be like, Tamani Kamara, really good. Donovan, really good. You got some really good pieces out there. Yeah, shove it, dirt.
Well, it's interesting to me because I remember we had this debate going in the end of the season of like, it's just weird for me, the guys who are the focal points going to the playoffs, and I would feel a little bit different if it was these young guys. And I think you and a lot of other Blazer fans pointed out, well, it's just you just kind of have to pivot to who the guys that you're building around on. And at the back half of the year, you would have argued, if I asked you before the playoffs started, who are the three guys that they seem to be building around? Denny Avdia, Tamani Kamara, and Donovan Clingan.
Those are the three young guys, yeah.
Two of the guys were unplayable in your playoff series.
Yes.
And that's all that I'm bringing up, of this idea of like, we're sure? I'm just asking questions.
We don't know what they're going to do with the roster. I just want to point this out because I don't want to talk about Tiago. I know people are going to talk. Maybe you bring him up later. I'm okay with that. We don't know what's going to happen with Tiago's splitter.
You know my stance on coaching. Figure out talent on your roster first. If Tiago's back, that's great. If he's not, whatever.
It's right in your wheelhouse. This is what I'm doing for you. How about this one? Top paid coaches in the NBA. Because, we got Tommy Two Nickels here.
Yeah, you got to pay for a good head coach.
You do. Steve Kerr. You got to pay Steve Kerr.
Great year for them.
What seed are the Warriors?
Without Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, how many titles does he have?
Eric Spoelstra, Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Got to pay Spo.
Great run for them this year.
Yeah. Ty Lue, Clippers. What seed are the Clippers? Doc Rivers, Milwaukee Bucks.
He was the fourth highest paid coach in the league.
Ime Udoka, how's that feeling right now in Houston?
Not great, man.
Yeah, okay. Rick Carlisle, Pacers. Yeah. I mean, he's a great coach.
I won't throw that one on him. Yeah, that was a tough year.
Jason Kidd, Mavs. Yeah. All I'm pointing out is
those drinks.
I'm not trying to say.
Still a brilliant coaching move, by the way.
I'm not suggesting these guys aren't great coaches. Like, I would do anything to have Spo. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, sure.
It's merely this. It is a roster-dependent situation, to your point. I think coaching is important for a lot of other things.
No doubt. Culture, keeping guys in check,
Is Joe Cronin here next year? We put a poll question up on this. Where would you vote? Are they going to keep Joe Cronin? Because I can't think of anything more exciting if I'm Joe Cronin than having the owner say, yeah, you can hang. But knowing it's probably my last year if we don't achieve really great success, which means I'm going to do all that I want to do.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say no. I just think
You think he's going to make a change at general manager?
I do. Yeah, I think he's been that way as an owner. I think he shows you he has no problem ruffling feathers. There's been some interesting comments, I think, from both parties involved in that.
Wow.
And while there are certainly successes of Joe Cronin, Denny Avdia primarily, the one, the other thing that I could not stop thinking about, and we said it at the time last year when it happened, and I will reiterate again. The Young Hansen draft pick is the move that makes him look like a genius or keeps him from ever being a general manager again.
Young got in the game last night.
He hit a couple threes, didn't he?
0 for 2.
That's right. He missed them both. You drafted a guy in the first round who was unplayable. The year after, you took a center in the first round with a top 10 pick. You took another guy at that position that was a project while you still need young players. I saw our buddy Eric Gunderson last night make a good point and say, you know what the Blazers might want to do this offseason? Use some of your future draft capital to move into this draft to take a guy, because you know what we still need? More young talent. We're probably moving on from our two young guards. Who did you have the chance to take last year? Young talent who could help you play. Give you 10 minutes a night, 12 minutes a night, flash in the pan here or there.
I think we'd feel good about Carter Bryant.
You drafted an unplayable guy.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be playable next year. That's a 4-year project.
Well, we'll even be your backup big. They might
if
do
you're
the bird rights
re-signing
thing for
Robert
Rob Will.
Williams, what are we doing? I said it at the time, and I'll reiterate it now. You're either going to look back at that and say, man, that guy's a genius. He saw Cerrito Jokic in the first round and he grabbed him, or he will never be a general manager again. Nobody had him being a first-round pick.
Yeah,
and we took him in the first round.
We love to tout one guy that had it at the late first round. But everybody
could
tell
have
you,
used another player who could have played some impactful minutes off the bench for you, man.
Everybody
Coward
would
have
tell
looked great. Bryant would have looked great.
There were other teams that were going to take him, so we had to take him.
Had to take him right there.
Had to take him.
Somebody else was going to grab him up.
When I was told they were worried the Nets were going to get him, I went, "Oh my God, that might be my sign to not draft him."
Yes, if they like him too,
if
run.
the Nets like him, get out of there
in the other direction as fast as you can. So, yeah, look, maybe I end up being wrong there.
You think Dundon's going to make that move,
my
huh?
ultimate stance, too, of like, this just weird when you start one and not the other. So who's hiring the coach? Dundon or Cronin?
All we've heard is Dundon talking to guys, which is bizarre to me.
It's a little.
I'd imagine the
strange.
general manager should be the one making
Are you not
that
giving
decision.
him a say? Let's start over here. Let's get a fresh coat of paint on the walls.
Who can we hire for general manager for $410,000?
I'll do that job. Hire me, Tom. I'm right here for you, buddy.
You would be way too reactive.
Oh, I'd trade everybody.
We lost
right now.
by 20 in a closeout game.
Kamara's out. Klingon, you're gone. Get rid of him, dude. Fire everybody. Burn it to the ground and start over.
What would you say your passion is, Andy? Duck football. But you're a general manager of an NBA team. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. Draft Young Hunton in the first round.
We're going to recruit. We're going to recruit our ass off here.
You know what else I wouldn't do? Cheat to get him in the first round. Get suspended for it. Like, how is that?
What if those texts were like,
how do you survive that?
Heart eye emojis. Like Schmidt's sending
Love you,
eggplant
long time.
emoji.
Yeah,
Great
eggplant.
game tonight in China.
Oh, yeah, those 5'5" guards you were dominating in China. I'm taking you in the first round, buddy.
Loaded third hour. Keith Smith's going to join us at 8:30. We got Saturday Story in the final hour. Dirt and Sprague, hour 3 on 105.1 The Fan.
Do you have trouble?
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, 17-4 is how the Spurs started Game 5 of their playoff series against the Blazers, and it was all over from there. Portland made it semi-interesting, whittling a 28-point deficit down to 9 in the fourth quarter, but never really threatened. 114-95 wraps things up for San Antonio, who awaits the winner of the Nuggets-Timberwolves series. NBA is settling on a 3-2-1 draft lottery format they believe will curtail tanking by teams. It'll add 2 more teams to the pool that could get a top 3 pick, and the league hopes owners will formally approve that proposal in their next meetings in May. The NCAA appears close to finalizing a plan to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments from 68 to 76 teams beginning next season. Final approval is expected by mid-May. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of dirt.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Started the show yelling about the Spurs. Now I'm yelling about the Blazers. It's one of those days, you know what I mean?
Never happened. You can't enjoy anything.
No, I can't. I'll enjoy Duck football until they get blown out in the rematch game in the playoffs again. That'll be cool.
What team of them beating in the regular season and then losing by 50 points in a playoff game would pitch? USC.
USC, yeah. Not even a debate.
Oh, my God.
Ohio State, it's already happened.
Could
You can't hurt me
imagine?
again. Yeah.
Oh, I could not imagine. You might have to take the day off.
That's all right. We all know USC will go 8-4 again because they always go 8-4.
That's a good season.
That's a great year. They're
top 25.
Talk about successful
Run it
year.
back!
Run it back. Successful year. So look, I'll share my thoughts on Cronin. Right in the last segment, we're talking about the 90% of it for me in the NBA is roster construction.
That's all my point was. I love all of these coaches.
The Thiago stuff, yeah.
But it's Thiago or better coach. I don't know. It is all about the roster. The roster has to be good.
If you flip coaches in this series, the result's exactly the same. What do you think Johnson's doing in San Antonio? Hey, Wimby, put your hands up. Block a shot. There we go. Back the other way. Hey, Champagne, make a 3. All right. Like, dude, if you switch coaches in this series.
Mitch, what did you tell
Wimby? We're getting
Wimby?
Smoked either way.
What did you have Wimby do on defense? Be tall.
I told him to be 7'7".
There's a little bit more into it, but yeah, you're not wrong on a lot of points.
So I just that's where I think Cronin is the biggest question mark right now. And maybe he's not. Maybe this isn't even a thing in Dundon's mind. And he's unquestionably going to be back because you made the playoffs and we're a 7 seed. We have a poll question up on this, and I'll just ask you guys point blank. Not do you think he will be back? Do you want him back? Has he done enough to keep his job?
Well, first of all, they got to buy him out for 2 years, so Tommy Two Nickels might be like,
I forgot we gave everybody extensions after being the 15th worst team in the NBA last year.
That was an obvious, here you go, we're out of here. Thank you for going with everything we didn't want to do.
Thanks for trying not to win. Has he done enough in your mind? Whether it's a fair question or a realistic question in terms of it actually happening.
I'm torn on this, man, and here's what I would say. If you're willing to pay... because you're not getting a general manager for under a certain price. And by the way, for all he's cheap and, I've seen they got to keep Splitter because, who they're going to get for coach for $1 million. I'm like, what if that story's not true?
Right.
What if he pays $8 million for the next coach? You don't know.
No idea.
We are concluding on something that hasn't even been decided yet.
It's just been circulating in the rumor mill.
Now, if it is true that he's going to go on the cheap end of stuff, I don't know who the hell you're going to get as general manager outside of hiring within, which I told this to somebody last night. I'm done. I'm done with the hiring within.
Can we get somebody from outside,
If
please?
You're going to make a move, bring somebody in to see a vision and have a different vision. That being said, Cronin has brought in some really fantastic pieces. I'm not shying away from that. Donovan's been good. I know he didn't have a good playoff. Tamani, great addition to the Phoenix trade. I know he didn't have a good playoff. And the Denny trade, he got mocked for all over the league, and everybody's had to walk that back.
Yep.
The Dame thing is whatever. I don't know what Dame's going to be, and I love that we give credit, even though we as an organization squeezed him into demanding a trade request because we obviously drafted his replacement. So
the Dame thing helps too with his he's making $14 million a year.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think the question about Dame,
but I'm not giving him credit for it. Is what I'm saying.
Sure,
It's
totally
you just made. I mean, look, I actually text him. To be honest, I texted him and I said, "You made a lot of people super happy today," and so that matters from an emotional standpoint. There's been other stuff that I'm not so much and so if I'm to be fair and I'm to believe that we're going to go so all in it's going to hurt, even though we didn't that year, he said it. I allow him this offseason. And I go, dude, you got the draft capital. You've got workable contracts that match. Please, let's see it. The Vulcans are gone. Bert is gone. Tommy Two Nickels wants to win and win now. And if he allows him to come back, I would sign up for it because I want to see Joe Cronin. I've seen him be somewhat a little aggressive. I want to see so all in it hurts aggressive. And if that leads to a flame out next year, you know what? So be it.
Dude, you can take it anytime.
I can at least salute you and say, dude, you tried. You made a big swing. Oh, my God. So, yeah, I would say yes. I would lean yes.
Even with the idea of a new head coach.
Yeah. What I'm more concerned about is how much of the process of the coach hire is he. It is beyond bizarre, in my opinion, to run an organization in that league and not have the general manager a part of the process.
Yeah.
Not that he wouldn't be talking to the coach.
Of course, there's behind the scenes, yeah.
Yeah, but the ultimate decision, the owner has to sign off on everything for every org.
Right, that's usually a GM hire.
But
the last guy hired his buddy. He hired John C. Billups after 1 year as an assistant.
Clay Bennett is not vetoing Sam Presti decisions.
Yeah.
That's all my point is.
No doubt about it. I'm curious where people are at on this. 503-864-6326. We put a poll question up last night. Do you want him back? Now, do you think he will be back? Do you want him back as the general manager of the Blazers right now?
It's easily the biggest offseason discussion.
Every other domino falls from there.
Every other domino. Yes.
Who stays? What players are here? Who's your head coach? Everything else flows downhill from that.
Yep.
And it's a 60-40 split of no right now. People not wanting Joe Cronin back as general manager.
The Young Hansen one really hurt him this year.
It's not just Young, though, man.
No, I know.
What draft pick outside of Klingon hasn't hurt him?
He whiffed on Shaden is at 7. I think historically from an average standpoint. I'm just trying to be fair here.
Mm-hmm.
7 is at best you might get an all-star. I'm just telling you the history of the pick.
Yeah.
Now, you still don't want to whiff. That's a bit of a whiff. Scoot, we can't play revisionist history. It's not fair, and ultimately it is what it is. Scoot, not what we thought he would be.
No.
We all probably would have signed up and picked him had we been at number 3.
Sure, but that's the way the game works,
but
man.
Yeah,
you're
judged
based
on
the results.
You're judged on the results.
Of your
There's
decisions.
No doubt about that. I don't disagree with you. The Young pick for me was, if you're telling me I have to wait 3 seasons for the guy to be an impact player.
He looks like he moves like a speed of a sloth when he's on the floor.
I just don't have a lot of evidence on anything I saw at any one point this year.
If Klingon is struggling on the perimeter, that moment, was it Fox that got him up in the air and then went around him for the little floater in the lane? He kind of gave him a quick pump, and Klingon just went around him like a breeze. If Klingon's not athletic enough on the perimeter in the NBA, are you kidding me with Young Hansen?
I think the Young Hansen stuff paired with how they lost and seeing Carter Bryant multiple times in this series.
And Cedric Howard have the year that he had, a guy who we all circled and said, it would be kind of cool, bring him home.
Yeah, I know.
It's not like we're talking about, why didn't you take Jokic with the 4th overall pick? That's revisionist history. Yeah. These are literally guys that we had our own producer last year. Was where he had Carter Bryant underwear on.
Carter Bryant was his guy.
Every day.
He did.
He had a Carter Bryant tattoo, tramp stamp on his lower back.
We fixed college basketball swag, and you loved Carter Bryant. I love Cedric Howard.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Both of you on the show.
Cedric Howard got a 3rd-place vote in the Rookie of the Year vote.
Dude, he had a great year in Memphis. He was the only thing good about Memphis this year.
How many votes did Young get?
Did not receive.
He was on the
did
ballot?
Not receive. He wasn't on the ballot.
Did he play enough minutes to even be considered to be on the ballot? He played 12 minutes this year? So that's where it's like I get both sides. I'm not trying to act like every move has been a failure because it certainly is not the case. Every GM, you're going to have your hits and your misses and your good and your bad. There's
well, in
gonna
this
be a mixed
city,
bag of all of it.
what do we usually argue about the most in the city? Like, unfortunately, it's been the most in our lives. Tank, no tank. Tank, no tank. Tank, tank, tank. Your draft pick. In the areas that you did, you either didn't do it well enough in the years you should have.
Yes, to get a better pick.
I mean, you want to talk about egregious. I will argue last year was egregious.
Mm-hmm.
That was, dude, you had guys in that draft.
You could have moved up. You decided to win games late in the season playing Anthony Simons, a guy you ended up trading in the offseason.
To tout being a defensive identity organization. Like,
and gave everybody an extension, and you moved your draft slot outside of the top 10.
But, yeah, man, we always argue about tanking. And then when we get our picks, they haven't always hit.
No.
They haven't always hit.
It's not been a great rate so far.
Like, I can't define. I don't know. I will defend Donovan's season overall.
That's fair. Totally fair. And I'm probably putting a little too much on 5 games. That just was jarring to me, how bad he looked in that
And
series.
we judge people in playoff performances. So I understand there are many people like you today. What is his ceiling? I don't know if I can define that. I'm not saying it's not a good ceiling.
Sure.
I just don't know what it is. Because I don't know how much better offensively he's going to get in his career.
That's the toughest part about both him and Kamara.
And he can block shots, sure. He also is... He's easy to get around.
Yes.
And he doesn't play particularly well against really good other centers.
No, he can be slow-footed. He bitches a little bit too much for me, too. Like, there's a lot of complaining that goes on down there.
Did you catch his... He was the interview for ESPN after the first quarter when they scored 36.
I missed that. What did he say?
Jorge Sedano was like...
We're down by, what,
Donovan,
18 or 17 at the end of the first quarter?
They have
over.
36. It's their highest first quarter point total in the series. Yeah. And Donovan, what happened there in the first quarter? How'd they get away from you a little bit? And he just went, well, they're making shots they don't make. And I'm like... You cannot get your ass kicked like that to start the game and then be like, well, they're just getting lucky. It's basically
lucky Spurs out here. These guys suck. You kidding me?
Come on, Donovan.
Come on, man.
Have a better answer than that.
You know what helps? You making a shot on the offensive end. Why don't you make one that you're supposed to make? That could be a little impactful for winning. What do you want? Do you want Joe Cronin back as a general manager of the Blazers next year? 503-864-6326. That is the fan text line. We're going to talk to Keith Smith coming up at the bottom of the hour. The NBA changed their tanking rules. The other part of this that I'm considering, we'll ask Keith about this, is how does this impact Portland in the future? We got all these Milwaukee pick swaps. Does it help them? Does it hurt them? That's an interesting question. I think that's out on the horizon. A little more on the Blazers next on The Fan.
There's something happening here.
All right, none of this stuff makes any sense to us, so we're going to talk to Keith Smith about it at the bottom of the hour. The NBA has a new tanking rule, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 9.
Oh, 1, 2, 3 Cancun sounds awesome right now.
867-5309. I don't know.
You know what I called this weekend?
What'd you call? Ghostbusters?
Oh, that's a funny poll by you, though. No, this weekend I had lunch with some family.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember how we got on the topic, but I dialed 281-330-8004. And guess what?
Did somebody answer?
I hit Mike Jones up on the low.
Did you?
Mike Jones' phone, it about to blow.
Who?
He has the number, and he has a voicemail.
Does he really?
He sometimes calls people back, I found out.
So he bought the number.
He bought the number.
And then it goes to like an automated.
It rings like 5 times, and then he goes, "It was Mike Jones."
That's great.
And then like I thought it was just gonna be a message that and then cut, and it goes, "Doot," and I was like, "What up, Mike Jones?
Hey, Mike.
Thank you. Have a great Saturday." And then I clicked.
That's fantastic. Let's read some thoughts, shall we? Let it all out, everybody. We're in here together. All right, we're all trying to get through this. We're all processing information.
I also got breaking NFL news this morning.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We're going to get to that, I promise. That'll be a final hour. We won't do 4 hours on the Blazers. Wanted to read a couple of thoughts here that were coming in. Somebody said, poor roster construction is the biggest issue. Joe Cronin trades are okay. Lottery picks, not so much. Team like Portland have to build through the draft. Another one, how do you fire Cronin for the Young pick when the Young pick is the only reason you have your richest owner? Confused by that.
Andrew Churn, the guy at Panda Express.
Yeah.
He was basically like, hey, do you like basketball? No, I like money. And we have a Chinese guy on our roster. That was like all he said.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're letting that guy come on and say he's adamant you can't trade him and that's the only reason he's going to invest, then I guess maybe.
I don't know if – were you here when
I don't think he cares if Cronin is here or not. He just doesn't want him to trade Young Hansen, but give it 2 more years, and then you're going to want to move on from Young Hansen.
The week you were out was the week we had the press conference?
The press conference, yeah. I was in Hawaii.
My biggest takeaway is they're going to make a big move this summer. And Blazer fan was like, dude, don't do it. I was like, I know. I'm being Charlie Brown right now, and there's Lucy with the football.
Move the football.
My other big takeaway is – just guaranteed Young Hanson's getting the Supermax because all Andrew Churn talked about was how cool it was. You got a Chinese guy on the roster.
Dude, give me some orange chicken in the stadium. I'm fine. Somebody said, no, Cronin should not be back. The draft misses are too crucial. Plus, he has perpetuated this overrated internal development mantra that began with O'Shea.
Well, I mean, he worked under O'Shea.
That's part of it for me, too. Need a new direction, so yes, Joe has to go. Another one, lifelong Blazer fan here, 33 years old. I unfortunately can't get fully behind this team if Denny is the main guy. I'm pivoting a little bit on the point. I find his play style so hard to root for. Yes, I mean, look, takes are going to be all over the map on this.
That's a Joe Cronin thing, too, is Joe going to build off of Denny's the one?
Right. Is he your number one guy? Is he the one who is the son of your universe, if you will?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated one to answer. Who knows where they're ultimately going to go. The consensus, it feels like, from most people is that I think the one exciting thing about ownership change, and maybe this ends up being a disaster because he's so cheap and he's never going to pay for anything. I don't know what the future holds. It's just having a fresh set of eyes on things and an outsider's perspective. Paul Allen died a long time ago. And Jody Allen took over and never heard from her, and you just never really knew what the vision was, what the push was, what the ultimate goal was. It just kind of felt like it's sitting here. You do whatever you want, and there's no real pressure to accomplish anything. We just send us our checks. What do you need? All right, we'll put a kitchen in. Okay, you got it. Like there was never a sense of urgency. And so I'm excited to see what the first offseason looks like with a new owner. And how much we can shake things up a little bit, because I certainly think there's a lot of shaking that is necessary inside this organization. That to me bleeds into my Joe Cronin take, is that he's not the same as Neil O'Shea. They're certainly much different from a personality standpoint. He's much more likable, seems like a much more humble and genuinely good person. Neil O'Shea was just an absolute asshat, and everybody knew it from the start.
Yeah.
But it's just like we've been run by a person from the same group, it feels like, for a long time, and what do we have to show for it? And that's the ultimate question that I come down to, of wanting a change and just like fresh eyes, man. Somebody in here who's going to have a different perspective, a different thought, a different strategy maybe for certain players, different guys they're going to want to keep, a little more of aggressive mindset. I think sometimes change can be good. And the idea, and this goes back to, and a listener texted this in. I lost the text because we got a handful of them that came in.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. It's, firing Stotts and hiring Billups was the worst move in franchise history. I don't trust Cronin any more than I want him fired.
Well, Cronin didn't make that hire. That was
he did not. That was an
Neil
O'Shea thing.
Special. So,
but it also was a example of you allowed and this won't be the case now with Dundon because it's Jody Allen was absentee and she let O'Shea do whatever he wanted.
Yeah.
But that was just one of those weird, like, why are we? You thought it was Stotts' fault that we lost to Denver? He made CJ step out of bounds. He built a 3-guard lineup. We're firing him.
And then gave Neil all the power.
And then the next year, we fired Neil O'Shea.
Yeah.
And then you have a new head coach who now has to foster. And I know he was, the GM was already here.
Yeah.
But now you have to foster this new relationship. And it just, I'm a fan of ripping the Band-Aid off when you're going to make one of those changes and starting fresh from both sides with a new perspective and a new outlook from everybody involved. And I think that can serve you good in the long run. Cronin has done a lot. I'm not going to be up in arms. I'm not one of these guys who's going to yell and scream all offseason if he is back because he does have some successes in his bag. I'm not trying to deny that and say that everything that he's done is a failure. Everything he's touched hasn't worked.
Yeah.
But I sometimes, man, fresh starts are good for people. Sometimes it's just time to, all right, that was a nice little run. Got some things done.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for a couple of good players. You best of luck in your future endeavors. Shaden Sharp to me is this right now. Rooting for him wherever he goes. I like the kid. I hope he has. I mean, fine. That's fine. I get that point. Care. But it's like that we clearly need a new start here. You don't want. I don't think you want to be here. I don't think the team wants you here. Let's go to get a new start. Feel that way with coach and GM. But time will tell what they end up doing this offseason. And if that is actually the move. And the other part of it that's going to kind of lean over the offseason. Are we going to watch Lottery Night the way we usually do? We're going to tune in for Lottery Night?
I don't think we're going to watch it at all.
When is Lottery Night? It's probably coming up in a couple weeks, right? It's usually during the conference finals.
It's either at the start of the conference finals or the end of the conference semifinals.
May 10th.
May 10th on a Sunday at noon.
A little less than 2 weeks away.
Dude, if May 10th is nice weather at noon.
Yeah, I'm not going to be watching that.
That's something I can just find out on my phone.
You don't need to watch it live. Unless the Blazers are involved, there's no need to watch that live.
That is interesting to see, do the Warriors randomly get in the top 3?
Who's going to be the team that jumps this year?
Is there going to be one?
If it's the Warriors, buddy, I'm not making the argument today, hey, were those 5 games worth the 2% chance of having another one overall pick?
You're going to go that route?
But if one of those teams, if the Clippers the Clippers don't have their pick, but you get my point. If that pick does rise to that level.
Well, if the Pacers finish a certain spot, the Clippers get their pick.
Whose pick does OKC have?
The Clippers.
They have a pick swap, I think, with the Clippers. I don't know if it's there, but they're definitely going to swap.
It's a pick or pick swap. It's one of the million.
They have a 2% chance at the number 1 pick in the draft.
OKC getting AJ DeBonsa.
If the Warriors pick jumps to number 1.
Can you imagine? Just quit. If the Thunder get AJ DeBonsa, just quit.
I'm just not going to watch the NBA anymore.
And then we move to Nashville.
Become a hockey show.
There you go.
Oh, God. I might quit.
College hoop show, man.
There you
Such
go.
a good product
College
right now.
basketball. There you go.
I'll see you later. It was a fun run, boys.
I need to relearn my entire roster again. I think I got one guy back.
It's time to learn PE.
There you go. I'll make you guys tennis fans at that point.
Hey, there you go. Maybe that'll get me to actually watch tennis. Do you want Cronin back, Swag?
The only thing I don't have a good feel for is how many opportunities to do things did Cronin create that didn't get approved or shot down or didn't happen that were beyond his control.
They would tell you internally, at least people that are around it,
and
I think would tell you none.
Okay.
Because he was given everything he wanted. He got a new kitchen at the facility. They created a G League team. And it's like, yeah. Also, I don't think he had more power than Chauncey in the
I just will never
which is crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But the thing that came out in Dundon, and there was this that
we had a deal potentially.
Something and sounded like it got shot down. I don't know if it was him or whatever. But
so somebody threw at me, what would you think of this, for example? Let's just say Cronin stays, okay? It's the cheapest way to do it, and he's got multiple years left anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to buy out the contract.
What if I threw at both of you guys? The big acquisition of the summer. 4 firsts and Shaden for Trey Murphy.
I'm certainly not in love with that.
I don't think that moves the needle the way it needs to be moved.
Let me look up Trey Murphy's numbers. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I watch a second of New Orleans basketball this year.
But New Orleans was terrible.
21 points per game.
Yeah.
5 boards, 4 assists, 3.37%.
Not the most elite defender, but not bad.
Okay. No. He's going to fit right in.
What do you mean defensive identity?
We
Do
already
we even
have all
have
of those
4
guys.
firsts to?
yeah, I mean,
I mean, you got the Milwaukee pick
doing the pick
swaps, and you got
swaps
we have an Orlando first in there, right?
I'm just asking, like, what if that's the move? Is that hyping people
No,
up?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Because I heard that and I went, that seems like a lot. And they're like, well, Desmond Bain. And I was like, why don't we go to the Luka Doncic package?
Yeah, can
How
we
about
find
one
that
pick,
deal?
Shaden and Trey Murphy?
I would not love it. I don't think he's worth 4 first-round picks. But that's the difficulty of trading right now. If that's the going rate, if they don't want to move on from a guy because you're holding out for 4 first-round picks, part of me is like, let him hold. New Orleans, what are you doing? You're worse than us. Let's get to Keith Smith. The NBA has new tanking rules. It's very confusing. I don't understand hardly any of it, so let's try and process all of this information together. Keith Smith will join us in the NBA to talk about the new rules and what's in store for the Blazers this offseason. But first, here's Swag with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make if your grandma were from the Big Island, Woodstock, Birdside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan. A Blazers season coming to an abrupt end in San Antonio. The Spurs built a 28-point first-half lead and cruised to a 114-95 victory, beating Portland in 5 games. Spurs await the winner of the Nuggets-Timberwolves series. Blazer fans now await a offseason of change. As for the action tonight in the NBA playoffs, Orlando can close out the Pistons in Detroit. Game 5 tips at 4 o'clock on Prime Video. Toronto and Cleveland in Game 5, 4:30 on ESPN. And the nightcap in LA, the Lakers hosting the Rockets with another chance to knock Houston out, 7 o'clock on ESPN. NCAA appears close to finalizing a plan that will expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments from 68 to 76 teams beginning next season. Final approval is expected by mid-May. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan. some stories can slip through the cracks.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
The Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
The Daily Ticker with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
All right, we talked a lot of Blazers so far on the show today. We're going to stick in the NBA because something was announced yesterday. The league is going to change. How does it impact our beloved Portland Trail Blazers and some of their future draft capital? And it doesn't make any sense. Joining us now is our good friend Keith Smith, contributor to Spot Track and the Front Office Show at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. Go give him a follow there. Keith, good morning. You know that we're a couple of idiots here, and we're going to need a little bit of help. I got a 5-4-3-2-1. I got different methods. Now teams can't get certain things multiple years in a row.
I stopped reading. I was like, what is all this?
This is so, we're idiots, okay? Can we get like the Hooked on Phonics version of this? What does it mean, and what does it look like for tanking in the NBA?
Yeah, it's basically what they're trying to do is split the difference, which is understand some teams are just not good, right? Sometimes they're just going to have a bad year, and I think the NBA is trying to be cognizant of that by not hammering everybody so much. But what they're also trying to do is say, hey, I don't really care if it's Victor Wembanyama available in the draft. So they're trying to basically say, hey, if you are really terrible, which generally I think their belief, I would argue it's not really all that bad, is that the teams that are the worst are there by design. They've tanked to get there. The teams that are in the middle of the lottery, so that's your bottom three, the tankers. Then the teams that are in the middle of the lottery, 4 to 10, that is probably a mix of, there's probably some tanking, but there's just teams that just aren't that good. That's where they fall, and then they're trying to give teams incentive of, hey, try to get into the play-in tournament. Because if you get into the play-in tournament, we're still going to reward you with a chance to get into the lottery. So as Adam Silver said, the only incentive should be trying to win games, and that's what this system's trying to solve.
Do you like it?
I don't know. I don't know what the problem is with the system we have right now. Quite frankly, I think all this that was made about the tanking has been blown out of proportion. Since the lottery has existed, teams have tanked to try to get the best odds. They've changed the odds. They've changed how many teams are tanking. It's been that way, for as long as I can remember. And I think this year, was it a little over the top? Sure. But this year, the draft class was is absolutely loaded in the top 4, 5, 10 picks, depending on where you kind of draw the line of demarcation. So it is, really, I think you had extremes here. And then you also factor in the protected picks that were also a part of this, where teams are doing everything that they could, like Utah and Washington, to make sure that they kept those protected picks. So that's another component of this. But I don't know. I don't know that it's as bad as the league seems to feel it has been.
I find it very interesting because I'm a huge NFL and football guy too, and I love the NBA. And some people out here, I think the way the NBA has evolved, it's not grabbed everybody. And so it's a very interesting sport to cover in the sense of like, the NFL media isn't going on television and ranting or raving about how awful it is that the Raiders are winning 2 games out of 17. Like,
we actually joke about it at the end of the year.
It
was like a Raiders-Giants game. Who's going to get the number 1 pick?
Right, but like they don't highlight half the show. They don't say, well, so-and-so's in Vegas, and they're terrible. Let's get them to Los Angeles to be a Ram. I have problems with Silver sometimes. I don't know if this was something that needed to be prioritized. My biggest beef has kind of been with the media. And I know you're part of the media. We do stuff on NBA and Blazers stuff, so it's not necessarily a fault at you per se. It's the collective here. I just think the media sucks. I think some of the biggest NBA people don't do the league any good, and they either cover the biggest markets, trade the guys from the small markets to the big markets, or talk about how awful the league is because teams are bad. I think this was a reaction to the people covering the sport that I don't think always do it the best service.
Yeah, with that said, let me give you a bunch of thoughts on the Los Angeles Lakers and how basketball was better 10 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that is what a lot of it has become. We have a little tagline with our show, NBA Front Office Show, that people can find wherever you listen to podcasts or on YouTube. It's just hoops, no hot take. Because we don't want to do that. We just want to talk basketball.
Right.
We don't want to spend a bunch of time with all that stuff. Now, it's called NBA Front Office Show. So, yes, we're going to talk trade rumors. We're going to talk that stuff. But we are not inventing the trade rumors out of whole cloth because, boy, it would be best for the Trailblazers if they traded Denny Avdia because they lost in the first round, which I'm sure somebody's going to have that take, at some point today. It's just... I'm with you. That's unfortunately the way the game is covered. It's very covered on a transactional nature. Now, look, with what I do on that show and with Spot Track is very much driven around transactions and the like. So I get it. But my favorite thing about basketball is basketball. And there are 30 teams, and they're all worth talking about. It drives me absolutely crazy when if I'm in the car and I flip something on or I flip ESPN on and it's, here's what killed me the other day, because it's not just ESPN, NBC did this. Playoff games, Sunday afternoon, we should be talking about Sixers, Celtics. Here's Mike Tomlin to talk about the NFL for 15 minutes. What are we doing? It's the NBA. Let their partners just crap all over their sport. And I guess it's, hey, they gave us billions upon billions of dollars, so who really cares? We already got the money. But, yeah, I'm with you. And I think eventually it leads to people saying, hey, you're deprioritizing all this stuff, so why should I care about it until you tell me it's time to care about it?
Yeah, Keith, but who's the GOAT, though? Is it LeBron or... I'm just kidding. Please don't answer that. Keith
he was
Smith,
actually just asked LeBron was.
That's my track front office show, at Keith Smith NBA on Twitter. I did want to get a question here about just kind of the finances of the Blazers and what their offseason looks like. I am curious, though, to ask you, of these tanking, lottery reform rules, I guess I should say, We have some of these Milwaukee pick swaps down the road that we're kind of holding on to like bars of gold of this is our pathway into the future.
Sure.
Now, do we trade them this offseason? Do we hold on to them? Who knows what the future holds in that regard? But I'm curious if at all the lottery reform changes the value in a good or bad way for those kind of pick swaps, if that makes sense. We all kind of perceive that Milwaukee's going to suck. You never know. Nothing's a guarantee. But do you think it makes those more or less valuable, or do they kind of stay the same?
Yeah, it's really hard, and the reason for that is we don't know what the Bucks are going to do if they trade Giannis. If the Bucks say, all right, you know what, those picks, that spilled milk, we can't cry over it, they're gone. We're going to trade Giannis for the best package of draft capital and young players, and we're going to blow this up and start all over. It's probably not great for the picks Portland is holding, because I don't know that they'll be able to flip quite that fast, because they won't have their own picks. Who knows what the picks they get become. And then if they do fall in the bottom three, your odds aren't as good to get a really great pick out of that pick. Now, if Milwaukee turns around and says, nope, we don't have our picks, so when we trade Giannis, we're going to take a package of veteran players who are good. They're not Giannis, but maybe we get 2 or 3 guys. We can build out some depth, and we can still pursue the playoffs, and they're probably exactly what they are right now. They're kind of middle of the pack type of picks, so we don't know. But yeah, I think the idea of teams who have for years kind of looked at, I'm going to pick on your neighbors to the south there, the Sacramento Kings, a little bit, and just say, hey, for years teams kind of go get a Kings pick because they're probably going to be a mess at some point in the next 3 to 5 to 7 years. If you could get a pick or 2 of theirs in that window, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Some teams have preferred to pick on these smaller market teams because they're not going to be able to reset, or if they do, they're going to have to do it in a different kind of way. So go get some of their draft capital. I don't know that you can rely on picking on the teams, let's just say the not as well-run teams or the smaller market teams the way you could before, because if they do stumble, your odds aren't going to be as good.
Yeah.
And given the question I just, or the statement I guess I said to you about the way the NBA is covered by the media, let me ask you, should the Blazers trade for Giannis? They fizzled out in 5 against the Spurs, a couple blown leads there. Denny was an all-star this year. We know we got some pieces. We all feel like Shaedon Sharpe is done as a Blazer. He barely played in the series. As somebody that's on the East Coast, you're covering the whole league, you do a front office show. what would you be looking at from a Blazer perspective in terms of roster? Are you throwing certain guys in trades? What guys would you hold out of trades? Or are the Blazers in a situation where you would just say, be open-minded to all of it?
Yeah, one of my favorite, some would say bad movies, is Draft Day, and I would pull Draft Day. I want my picks back, all of them, right? That's where I would start. Give me my picks back, and then from there it is, all right, give me the interesting thing with the Blazers as a trade partner is you could kind of almost split the difference where it is, all right, here are some good players who are still young, like a Shaden Sharp. If the Blazers felt like, you know what, hey, Scoot Henderson had these big steps forward, but if we're getting Giannis, it's really going to be about Dame and Drew Holiday. So maybe you say, hey, give me Scoot Henderson too, and that's still not enough salary, so let's start talking, all right, do we want to do something like Donovan Clingan or what about Jeremy Grant, but you have to take back, one of my, you got to take back Bobby Portis too, or something like that. That could be the way you kind of get together on this, but it's got to start with the picks. If I'm the Bucks, if I'm going to do that from the Blazers side, I'd at least ring the bell and just say, hey, you interested? Let's at least have a conversation, because you could. The issue with a lot of these other teams is you trade for Giannis, you're going to gut your team so much that it's like, cool. So you're now the Milwaukee Bucks. If you're the Blazers, you could still have a really good team with Giannis in the fold on the backside of that, which is, becomes a lot more interesting to me to entertain, because, you're going to have to be really good in the West. You just got a taste of it for the last week with the Spurs, and now, the Thunder aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So if you're going to load up, that becomes an interesting kind of way to do it.
Keith Smith, go give him a follow on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA, contributor to Spot Track, the front office show. Always love talking hoops with him. Thank you for trying to make sense of the new lottery reform rules with you. We're idiots, so your expertise always helps. Keith Smith, appreciate the time in Portland, man, and let's do it again soon.
I appreciate you having me. Thanks so much.
There you go. Keith Smith of the front office show.
The unfortunate nature is the part about the...
Yeah, cut out there, yeah. Yeah. Should we try and go through it next? You want me to try and do it?
I kind of get the gist of it.
A newel. Sound it out together.
What do you think it'll work? Do you think teams will stop putting out and parading the worst rosters in league history and losing every game by 30?
Let's get to it next on The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Shoves it out to Brunson. Here comes Robinson on the screen again. Gets away. Brunson to his right. Jackson three. And nails it. 34 for Jalen Brunson. Putting on a show here at MSG.
Yeah, how about that one from a good friend of the program there, Sean Kelly of ESPN Radio.
Is he a friend of the program? We know Sean? We a big Sean Kelly guy?
My email locked me out right at the start of the clip, and we have to do this verification crap. So I have no idea.
You ain't getting verified right now. That's not happening.
Jalen Brunson 3, Knicks laying wood, dominating the Hawks, 3-2 series lead.
Interesting series, man. Back and forth a little bit. Atlanta looked like they had the momentum early. Blowout win last night. We'll see if New York can close it out back in Atlanta.
Yeah, who's laying wood? The New York Knicks, brought to you by our great friends at Mr. Plywood. Laying Wood Report, serving Portland for over 60 years. Mr. Plywood delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. You can visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
All right, welcome back in. We'll get to some football stuff coming up top of the hour. We had a leaker in the NFL.
We did.
Do we like the leaked news? We'll explain. Status
Also,
story.
Massive breaking. Rebranded Pac-12 News.
Holster that for 10 minutes from now.
I think the Big Ten teams are getting nervous. They're shaking in their boots.
Your new logo is pretty intimidating.
That is. But you can't border us.
No, there's no border here.
No borders on us.
Limitless, like the universe. So the NBA lottery rules, look, we are idiots, but it's not that hard to explain. Basically, they're flattening the odds. They're adding 2 more lottery teams. Here's your Spark Notes version of it. The 3 worst teams, if you just want to know like what the odds are for the number 1 overall pick. So the 3 worst teams right now have a 14% chance at the number 1 overall pick. 3 worst teams in the NBA. Mm-hmm. Those are going to drop under these new rules down to 5.4%. You are going to have a higher percentage chance to be the 4th worst team to the 10th worst team to have a higher than the top 3. You have an 8.1% chance at the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
The teams who are eliminated in the play-in will then also have, I think, or maybe 2 more at the back end of the
bottom
lottery.
2, yeah.
But then the 2 play-in losers will also have the same percentage chance at the number 1 overall pick as the 3 worst teams in the NBA. So what they're basically trying to say is you do not want to be in the bottom 3.
No.
Not a good spot to be in. You need to try and lift yourself up to the 4th worst team in the NBA.
Be bad, but not like the worst bad. You know, be bad.
Enough.
Yeah.
Do I think it's going to fix tanking? No. Nothing will ever fix tanking. You know why? Because there's only one way to get stars to 90% of NBA markets.
Well, there's also, it's just an impossibility to have a sports league where you don't have awful teams.
There's
like, who was the worst
teams.
team in hockey this year?
I mean, there's a handful of them.
Give me one.
Florida was pretty bad. Chicago was pretty bad.
Vancouver was awful.
There you go, Vancouver.
Yeah, Florida didn't make the playoffs this year.
I know, the run is over, but like, I just... There's nothing you're going to do to escape having bad teams, right? Like we jokingly mentioned the Raiders. They won 2 out of 17 games last year.
I think they won their first game too, didn't they?
They did. I won that bet. That's right. Spread the line on that game.
That's right, game 1.
Raiders. Plus the 2. So you can't ever curtail that. Now, on the talent distribution side, like I saw Rachel Nichols on this. This, you know what? I'm instantly wanting to zag when I see a lot of NBA people zig. And I don't know what that is about me. It doesn't make me right. But I see all these people, and they're like, well, cool, and now the worst teams are not going to have the best odds to get the talent. And I'm like, you know, I don't know if this is something that really should have been addressed. This feels like we're overreacting to a narrative that might not have been of the front of everybody's minds in the NBA. But we're here and we're doing it. I don't know if I hate it.
Look, this would have helped us tremendously because Joe Cronin never fully tanked, and so we were always in this middle ground of not bad enough.
I don't know if I hate like the fact that Adam Silver's like, hey, you can't be dog crap.
Yeah,
you can be bad. You're going to be bad. You're going to have bad seasons.
Right.
Hey, try not to be absolute bottom tier like fecal matter. And that's what the NBA gave us this year.
It's going to be really weird at the back end of the year if your team is one of the 3 worst in the NBA.
And they're playing their way up.
You're rooting for them to win games at the end of the season.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You are.
You
like,
give
that's
people
what you
a reason
need.
to go to a game. It's like, are we going to win tonight? If we don't, we're in the bottom 3. If we do, we're up. Like, you're now incentivizing teams at the back end of the season when fans are largely checked out anyway. You're incentivizing them to have to care a little more and win.
Yeah, I don't. It's
crazy. Fans have to cheer for their teams to win now.
What a novel concept.
What a weird idea.
Nothing will ever fix tanking because tanking will always exist.
Agreed.
It's the only pathway in the NBA for the vast majority of organizations to find a star. It's through the draft. And teams like their chances the higher that they could possibly get. I also don't hate it. I didn't look at it and say, oh my God, I don't think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences of this. I don't think there's going to be, that was the big fear of what rule would they come up with or change they come up with that then leads to different kind of teams tanking.
Yes.
To get certain. I don't necessarily think you're going to have a ton of that. So I don't hate it. It will never fix the problem, but I do like the idea of flattening the odds. And what does it mean? I mean, you could have the 9th worst record in the NBA and have the best chance to get the number 1 overall pick.
So and that's all my point was. They kind of did what I was talking about. Like, I like that they're including play-in teams here. Now, you can say, well, Sprague, what if the Warriors got Cam Boozer? And I'd be like, yeah.
The Warriors sucked this year.
But the Warriors weren't good. They were 37-45. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather Cam Boozer go to the Golden State Warriors than go to whatever it is the Brooklyn Nets have been trying to do since
Right.
they traded Kyrie and
Right.
KD. And
or New Orleans or
dude,
insert any
New
of these-
Orleans is
right.
terrible. Utah is like openly trying to be disgraceful and bad. At least they made some trades. You do get groundbreaking franchise guys in the draft. You absolutely do. That's true. Also, Indiana was in the finals on the brink of a title after doing what? 2 trades.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam, Tyrese Halliburton. The Washington Wizards are awful.
Hey, they got Anthony Davis and Trae Young.
They made trades.
Yeah.
So, like, there are ways to still have really good basketball teams sans the draft, and not every draft pick's going to hit anyway. So, I'm kind of zagging from the NBA collective minds here of, this is awful. This is so stupid. It's like, I think teams need to worry about trying a little harder than being historically the worst teams we've ever seen in our lives.
The other part of it I like, you can't have a top 5 pick 3 years in a row. That's another new part of the lottery reform. All of this seemingly heading to an approval in the NBA, and it will hit the draft and the lottery next year, 2027.
So you can't have a top 5 pick in how many years in a row?
3 years in a row. So if you have back-to-back top 5 picks, you cannot have a third top 5 pick.
We would have ended the Wemby Spurs dynasty with this rule.
They wouldn't have
they
Dylan
couldn't
Harper.
Well, yeah, there'd be no Harper.
He would have been the third pick of the top 5. They wouldn't have been able to have it. Would have been nice to have that last year, you jackasses. Lots to get to in the final hour. Statter story coming up at 9:15. We'll have some final thoughts on the Blazers as their season came to an end last night. Let's start with a couple of football nuggies, shall we? Interesting news out of the new Pac-12 and a leaker in the NFL. Do we like the news that was leaked? We'll start the final hour there. 105.1 FM The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Trailblazers got off to a sluggish start in San Antonio, falling behind 17-4, then 28 in the second quarter, and it was all Spurs from there, 114-95. They close out Portland's season in 5 games and await the winner of the Nuggets Timberwolves in the conference semifinals. 3 more games in the NBA playoffs tonight. 4:10 on Prime Video. Orlando trying to knock out the Pistons as the 8 seed. Detroit 9.5 home favorites in Game 5. 4:40 on ESPN. Raptors and Cavaliers in Cleveland. Game 5 locked up at 2 games apiece. The Cavs 8.5 point favorites. Then tonight, 7:10 on ESPN. The Lakers, after not being able to sweep the Rockets, are back home as 4.5 point favorites trying to knock out Houston. NCAA appears close to finalizing their plan to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments from 68 to 76 teams that would start next season. The final approval is expected to come by mid-May. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon Ducks.
This final hour, Dirt and Sprague, your Portland sports leader of 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Got a lot to get to in the final hour of radio here.
I'm not talking about this.
No.
No.
They had an interesting picture over the weekend.
They're not going away. They're still there. We'll get the status story coming up in a little bit. Some more thoughts on the Blazers. Poll questions to answer. You name it. It is a loaded final hour. Lots of the beginning portions of the show were on the Portland Trailblazers, whose season came to an end last night in San Antonio. Let's go to a couple of football nuggies, shall we? You guys need a palate cleanser from all this hoops talk. Like, hey, football's over here in the corner. Remember me? We're still over here. You guys are on ESPN now? Is this what I'm reading? The Pac-12?
Breaking news.
AKA the Pac 8.5 going to be on ESPN?
The CW has reached an agreement with ESPN.
Let's go.
To be on the ESPN Plus app.
Okay, so if I have ESPN Plus, I can now watch CW games on ESPN Plus. Look at that, dude. You know what they say? Business is booming.
We got an ESPN media rights deal, sort of, in a roundabout way.
So you guys have CW, CBS Sports Network. Is that it so far? Are we still waiting for a third banana?
ESPN Plus.
Okay. Does that count as a third banana?
It does. It will in the press release.
Okay.
Money-wise, I don't know what it means.
So does that mean games can actually air on ESPN too?
Yeah. Well, no, ESPN.
Okay.
It's on ESPN.
Well, they can if
no,
they...
the ESPN CW is a ESPN app thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
We know the media rights deal. Is that San Diego State guy still out there talking about
2 weeks? Give me 2 weeks. What ends first, the media negotiations or the Iran war? 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks.
Both are 2 weeks away.
2 weeks. I got 2 more weeks.
That and the fix to healthcare.
Yeah, don't worry. I got a great plan.
Here's a binder.
So this happened earlier today on Get Up. Mike Wilbon is on Get Up on ESPN today.
Yeah, he is.
And he doesn't show up on that show very often. Somehow, guess what we're having? Some form of a Jordan LeBron debate, because of course we have to. But no, the more interesting thing that he said was something he accidentally said, and it's a question that we're going to find out relatively soon. When's the NFL schedule release? It's like the second week of May.
It's
they're
right around
projecting like Wednesday, May 13th, Thursday, May 14th,
so
somewhere
about
in there.
2 weeks away, we're going to find out the entire schedule. But you know us, man. It's like we're like kids on December 18th. I'm not waiting another 7 days. I want to open one of these damn presents right now.
Ooh, quick.
Yes.
You derailed this on your. This is your
My
fault.
apologies. What did I do?
I got my wife, I think, a killer 40th birthday present.
40's big deal.
It showed up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want to give it to her right now.
When's her birthday?
It's June, late June.
Yeah, you got to
go.
go.
Is it something that she can utilize between now and June?
Yes.
I have
not
no
like an
problem with
everyday
that.
need item. It's
Sure,
just,
but, like,
it's
you
a
could-
really awesome gift.
I let it fly, dude. What's the difference?
You're going early on the 40th birthday present?
Let it fly. Why not?
The day of, if there's people and family around and I'm just like
You
not
already-
giving her anything.
She already opened the gift.
How big of a 40th birthday party is in the works?
She does not seem like she would want a big family or outside of family.
I did a surprise baby shower. That did not go well. Just to give you an idea of what we're
Not a surprise,
dealing
but
with
it's
here.
like, is she expecting a giant soiree, or she's like, just take me out somewhere nice for dinner and hang out with the kids?
None.
Okay,
I think she's downplaying the 40th.
Okay.
But
some
I have
people-
ideas. I have a good idea of what I want to do.
Yeah.
I need to be getting my butt in motion to execute said ideas between now and then.
That's true. Now, if cool gift is part of the whole festivities, you got to hold on.
It doesn't go with the party.
Okay.
My daughter was at home yesterday, and she said, no.
Don't do it early.
She said, don't.
Hold it till the birthday.
She was like, oh, that's a good gift. And I go, I know, I want to give it to her right now. And she goes,
no,
don't do it. And I went,
you need to hide that thing in Arnie's.
I hit it pretty well.
Okay.
You like your hiding spot? Won't
Yeah,
get found?
I feel good about the hiding spot. It's more just like I really wanted to hand it to her yesterday.
I think either way, it's a win. Like, if somebody got me a great birthday present and it was a milestone birthday to that level, which I'll be at 40 relatively soon, if somebody gave it to me 2 months early, I wouldn't have any issue with that. And I wouldn't turn around on my birthday and be like, oh, I don't have any gifts to open up.
Well, she wouldn't do that. It
No.
would just be more about the visual of how it looks that I didn't get a gift.
Yeah, just say you already opened it. I opened it today before I came.
But then also, what do people even buy other adults? Do people buy adult
No.
birthday party gifts?
We kind of shut that down.
Like if I have a birthday party, I'm not expecting anybody to show up with a gift unless it's a jokey, funny thing.
It was my dad and brother's birthday a little over a week ago, and they wanted to go golfing, and so I bought the round of golf.
How's your dad?
Good.
No, how old?
How old is my dad? 76. He turned 76. And my brother turned 40.
You didn't get... Yeah, I'm not judging you, but I'm just
He
kind of
doesn't
thinking now,
need
do people
anything.
buy
What am I
gifts
gonna
like
buy
that?
him? What am I going to buy him?
Do you buy other adults gifts?
No. That's weird. I don't need anything. Don't buy me anything.
Okay.
We do gag gifts for the show because it's a fun show bit at the end of the year.
I'm going to look forward to the...
You guys don't buy me something for my birthday.
No, I don't. Well, it's too close to Christmas.
I also wouldn't invite you. I'm not having a birthday party. I don't want to have a birthday party.
Wait. I'm not offended, but you were going to say, I'm also not inviting you to my birthday.
The reason I'm not is because
And
I
I'm
don't want to
okay
have a
with that.
birthday party. My wife threw a surprise. I'm like your wife in that regard. She threw a surprise party for me when I turned 30. Was I 30? Oh, my God, that went fast. I think for my 30th birthday. And I was hungover as hell. I didn't know where we were going. I didn't want to be there.
I was there.
You
Swag
were
and I
there.
were both there.
You were at the
That's
surprise 30th
right.
birthday, and I walked in. I'm like, oh God, now I have to interact with
Yeah,
people.
you weren't stoked.
I am not. I was up till 4 a.m. playing poker. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the best two things about that party were the burn ends from your uncle.
Delightful.
And your dad really wanting us to drink his homemade beer.
Please drink this beer.
Here's my bathtub beer.
Take the beer. all right?
Enjoy a nice
There's a
swig
little
of it.
moonshine in here. Either way, you're fine. But that's good that you got a good gift and you feel good about it.
I feel
family
good.
approval is solid too.
Yeah.
Having family approval is nice. But back to the NFL scheduling point in a roundabout way. Mike Wilbon accidentally leaked this morning on ESPN what the debut game of the NFL season will be. Now, we all know the team that is involved. It is the Seattle Seahawks. They will be hoisting their second Lombardi trophy or flag or banner, whatever. Banner. And so you can only choose from, obviously, teams that the Seattle Seahawks are playing at home this year. And Mike Wilbon let it slip that the Seahawks' first opponent in the NFL opening game will be the Chicago Bears at the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, he said it in real passing on air, and everyone's like,
what?
And he said it in a way that's like he's seen the schedule.
Yeah.
And so they're talking about the Bears, and he said the Bears could very well be a better team who win less games. You know, the schedule just dictates all this. I know they opened the season, up in Seattle? Everyone's like,
I don't think you're supposed to say that out loud.
Nobody's confirmed.
Well, of course they're not. The NFL is going to sit on that one.
And also, Wilbon's at an age, it's perfect. Like, what does he care about being
I'm
reprimanded?
old.
Oh, the NFL emailed me? Oh, I'm so scared of him. Multi-million-dollar media member.
Yeah, he's not scared. I'm sure he has known somebody at the Bears for a long, long time.
This is a great game, by the way.
It's absolutely the right call.
I think I picked Chicago when
I
we
thought
went
it was
going to
be the Giants.
Here are your other options for home games this year. Obviously, the NFC West team. So Rams, you could go with Niners or Cardinals, which you're not going to be at. Your non-divisional opponents were the Bears, who they chose.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Which I was glad it's not.
TV production, that's all that is.
The Cowboys were in the opener last year.
I know.
Get out of here. The Chiefs, but you don't know if Mahomes is going to be playing.
That's
so
only
they're
good
out.
if Mahomes is there.
The Chargers.
Yeah, that was the other possibility, West Coast.
Super Bowl rematch. New England is in Seattle this year. Or the Giants.
See, I thought it was going to be the Giants and the Harbaugh, McDonald thing.
That's a good
Plus,
guess by
it's
you.
New York and all that stuff.
East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah.
Chicago's the best call here.
I want Chicago.
But
the Giants
Chicago
might end up being a
is
good team.
should be a great game.
Yes, they're returning a lot of guys. They have like a bona fide star quarterback. Like, this is unquestionably the right move for the NFL. My guy Herbert getting the nod would have been nice, but win a playoff game, right? Like,
it just kind of makes sense because Chicago's in the conference. They were in the divisional round. Like,
yes.
It
was close to being the NFC title game.
It was.
Chicago damn near beat the Rams in the divisional round in Soldier Field.
They did, yeah.
So it was really close to that being the actual game.
Yeah.
So I got no issue with
That's
it.
a good slip.
Nice little slip right there. By the way, speaking of slips, did you see the Chris Sims controversy?
Nope.
So NBC is cleaning house.
Yeah, they're cleaning house. They're bringing Tomlin in, and they're getting rid of Dungy.
So they got rid of Dungy. They got rid of Matthew Berry, I believe.
They got rid of Matthew Berry?
I believe I read that.
Didn't he sign like a massive media deal?
Well,
with
he
them?
might still be doing a bunch
What
of
does he
stuff
do?
on Pro Football Talk or on the
I guess I'm not a
He does
fantasy
Pro Football
guy.
Talk and
but
fantasy.
yeah, they're going to
fantasy.
drop the fantasy stuff.
Chris Sims is out. He got the axe.
Chris Sims got axed.
But one of the reasons people think that he got axed was he was doing his podcast with Florio, the pro. I don't know what they call it.
Pro Football
Talk
podcast, maybe. And he started insinuating how widely known the Rossini-Vrabel thing was. And he was like, I'm in group chats with coaches' wives that have been talking about this for a long time. And Florio jumped in and was like, easy, stay on topic, like basically trying to steer him back into the road. And he was like, what are you talking about? It's really awkward, uncomfortable audio. And then they just move on and act like nothing happened.
Why don't we get the audio? I want to hear
I'll
this.
send it. And then the next week, it's like, Chris Sims is no longer a part of Football Night in America.
There's a really
I'll send it to Swag. We can play it later in the show.
There's a big push, I think, on these networks to bury this. The problem is...
it's a reporter sleeping with a head coach.
Well, and unfortunately, we're going to wonder, did she sleep with another coach? Yeah. She was pretty dialed specifically with other teams.
Yeah.
We already had the accusation from the Washington exec's wife, right, years ago that she deleted and backtracked on. The thing that's really unfortunate out of all of this, is you have people whose lives are ruined now. Rossini, by all reports, is trying to
She deleted her social media account.
I mean, her career's over, and now she has to worry about her children and the internet.
Yeah.
So there's all that. The thing that fallout on this is now TMZ's got their hooks in it.
Mm-hmm.
And now TMZ's following his wife.
And him. They were at like a Salt Lake City airport. And
And she's grabbing a hoodie for her. But like they've got photos and stuff. Now they're like...
Yeah, once you get those sharks circling.
It's a fascinating story. I'm reading up and seeing it. I'm following it. There's an element of TMZ being involved in this and politics that's starting to feel gross.
Get out.
Yeah, I mean, it's gross in general what they do, right?
Yes,
it's like
everything about it's horrible.
Let's follow movie stars and ruin their lives with like fake stories.
Right.
And
look how fat she looks.
Right, rate this woman, and hey, about this guy's nose job, and
just the scum
but
of
now
the earth.
it's in like sports culture, and now they're in Washington D.C. They're at like press briefings, and they're interviewing senators who are these people are already milking their positions for money and celebrity and fame, and now you're putting TMZ, hey, what do you make of the big controversy between Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini? Here's Lowen Bobert. Well, I was in a play once, and my hands were in his pants. I've been in controversy, but I got morals. And that's who's dictating policy in America.
In a roundabout way, Bears and Seahawks reportedly, according to Mike Wilbon, are starting the NFL season this year.
Have you seen Cat Rock's junk file?
Let's get to Saturday story. We'll do it next on The Fan.
So that's 7,107.32 boobs.
Break the news.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story.
Is it a stat or a story?
Evidence based on olfactory prowess is inadmissible, in case you didn't know.
This is Stat or Story, a monumental judgment call with Dirt and Sprague on the Fan Sports Network.
All right, folks, Saturday story time on a Wednesday. We'll get to the Chris Sims audio. I sent it to Swag. We'll get to that later. Get to our poll questions on really the Blazers today. There's a lot of them out there. And we have one on Joe Cronin that will serve today as our neighborhood restaurant group, bringing you the fan poll question on X every day and dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations: San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. Do you want Joe Cronin back as the GM next season? Yes or no? Very simple. Go vote at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Anybody want to start
I'll go
today?
first.
Swag wants to start? Go for it, Swag.
Your number is 1913.
1913.
Is it?
Birth year.
No, it is not.
Happy birthday.
Is it the total amount of career points in the NBA playoffs Drew Holiday has scored?
1,113. Okay.
Or is it the year that the first patent for the modern zipper was granted to Swedish-American electrical engineer Gideon Sundback? It is National Zipper Day.
I will say, now you got obvious major ones here. Debatably in the topic of most underrated great inventions in human history.
The zipper is clutch.
It is. I was thinking of what were some of the 20th century inventions. Like
Get
there was
past
a lot
the obvious things, right?
Yeah.
The heat, the electricity,
But
the
think
wheel.
about that.
Yeah.
If you
Live
ever
and to
owned
travel.
a pair of Levi's 501s with the old button fly back
My mom
in the
would
day.
buy those. I hated them.
Really bad in an emergency.
5 buttons too, and it'd be like, oh!
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pressure.
And if it was cold, if your fingers were cold, you were outside for
Yes,
some
the worst.
reason.
Yes.
And it was in like 2 layers of jean. It was very weird.
And those were
thick material.
And
thick
yeah,
material.
that denim was not very stretchy.
No. I'm going to go.
I think we had a zipper earlier than that. I have no frame of reference on points, and I have no frame of reference on zippers, but I'm going to go stat. Give me stat.
I have no frame of reference on points either. You said stat?
I'm going to go stat, yeah.
I'll go story to just go oppo of you. Yeah. Yeah, how about that?
Drew Holiday, he has played 82 games in the
Full season.
postseason.
How about
Only
that?
Abraham Lincoln never got to experience the joy of a zipper.
Poor bastard.
Yeah, I know.
Got down his prime.
He had that big damn hat.
Hey, bring your big hat.
1,626 points.
Okay, all right.
So he had his first 2 seasons with the Sixers. He had 2 seasons with the Pelicans.
Swept us out of the first round.
3 seasons with the Bucks, 2 with the Celtics, and this season with the Blazers.
And then we ran it back.
So no. No, it was April 29th, 1913 was the patent for the modern zipper. Gideon Sundback was an engineer with Universal Fastener Company. And it was known as a clasp locker. It was not known as a zipper until 10 years later in 1923. B.F. Goodrich popularized it, started applying it to boots and pouches that it made.
There's nothing worse, though, when you have a jacket with a zipper.
When the
and
zipper
it
busts or
zips-
the teeth
it
come
zips
apart.
up and then the teeth come apart.
Oh.
No.
And you're hoping
it's
you
the
can
worst.
save
A
it.
poorly
but
made zipper that falls apart very quickly.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or one that gets fully stuck when you're zipping it up.
Exactly.
I'm not a camp guy, but I did enjoy
Sorry, yellow.
getting in a sleeping bag, a warm-ass sleeping
Oh,
bag, and
zip
doing
that
that
all the way
zip
up?
Oh.
Make yourself a little human burrito.
Oh, you just a little cocoon. You
Yeah.
just feel all safe and snuggly. Feels
No.
good.
Zipper's one of the best inventions of the 20th century.
It really is.
I agree.
Up there.
I
I'll
agree.
go next.
All right, go ahead.
You like to go first, you go last.
I'll go last.
Your number is 12.
Okay.
12. Is it the point differential of the lineup of Scoot, Drew, Tamani, Denny, Donovan on the year for the Blazers? Or is it the date in August in which a 2024 TikTok video conspiracy rumor circulated back up that claims for $89 million, NASA is going to turn off the gravity on Earth. Yes.
Start floating around? That'd be kind of cool.
Basically, we're going to turn gravity off for 7 minutes.
Let's float around for 7 minutes.
So you're saying that lineup of Donovan, 2, Denny, Scoot, and who?
Yeah,
Shaden?
what's the stat? 12?
So the point differential.
So they were a minus 12?
No, I said the best. The plus. It'd be the plus category.
Okay.
Scoot, Drew, Tamani, Denny, Donovan.
The best in a game all season?
The best lineup for the Portland Trailblazers
really
from a plus-minus standpoint.
Of the season
Of the season or the playoffs?
Can you be a little more specific?
The season!
Can you use it in a sentence? I'm going to go story.
This is a story.
Give me story.
Sometimes you win and sometimes you fail.
It happens.
Failed.
It happens to the best of us.
That's right. 12.4, by the way. That lineup was a plus 12.4. It was the best plus-minus of any lineup the Blazers had.
Run it back.
They only had 178 possessions on the year, so it wasn't their most used lineup on the season. Yes, this happened August 12th. There is a rumor that leaked online in 2024 via TikTok and then went away without being shared, circulated back because it's the internet, and the rumor was that Earth's gravity was going to be turned off for 7 seconds on August 12th.
7 seconds? That's not long enough.
Leaving people in a panic that they were going to float away. On August 12, 2026, the Post claimed the world will lose gravity for 7 seconds. NASA knows, and they're preparing, but they will not tell us.
If we want to deport people, anybody that bought that should just get the hell out. I don't care at what level. No! Leave the damn country. Get out of here.
It generated tens of thousands of likes, shares, and comments across an array of social media accounts. People were worried generally they were going to lose their parents and grandparents, and the account owner claimed they had seen proof that it was a secret $89 million NASA effort dubbed Project Anchor to prepare for disaster.
How far would you float in 7 seconds?
7 seconds is a decent amount. We'd be higher than our building.
Do you think we would in 7 seconds? It's not like you shoot directly up.
If you lose gravity, you're instantly rising.
I mean, you're rising, but I'm just asking what speed are you rising at?
I think you're above our building in 7 seconds.
You still need some sort of energy or inertia to
push.
To
so
launch
if I'm just
you.
standing on the ground, gravity turns off, and I'm not pushing.
I don't think
you don't understand.
I think you're getting like 5-10 feet off the ground, and then you're coming back down.
If you lifted a foot, if you gave yourself...
If I swam a little bit?
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong on the inertia.
Yeah, you need to have an inertia.
What you're missing is...
How's your inertia?
They flipped the switch. Your inertia abilities have now been killed with the switch for $89 million.
Think of your cat just... Whiskers, no!
Would you... Yeah, I'd instantly do 2 backflips.
Have to. Whee! And then they turn it back on and you're coming down on your head. Now you're dead.
7 seconds, I think if you efforted, you'd be above the building.
Okay. I also wouldn't want to do that because when are they going to turn it off?
And to Swag's
that's
point,
a hard thud.
I just tend to believe this was shared by bots.
Yeah, and then people
But if you're a human being that
believes this, seek help.
If you ate the fish hook,
that's on you.
Get out of here.
Get out of the pond.
I know people that share videos of like, don't use your washer at the same time you shower. It rots your brain cells, which eliminate and like.
No,
it's real. There's people that are really internet brained, and it's real.
All it does is
really
empty your hot water tank real fast. That's what it does.
Why is there not as much hot water anymore?
How cool is that switch, by the way?
Yeah.
It's eliminated gravity.
That'd be a pretty cool switch. All righty, your number. You know me, I kind of play by my own rules here, so it's more of a... It's
2 sports.
We're going pricing here, not 2 sports. I think it's technically a stat, but not really a stat, but we'll see.
What?
Hold on, let me explain.
All right.
$6.39.
$6.39.
6 period 39.
Okay.
$6.39.
Gotcha.
You didn't have to say the dollars and cents, but thanks.
I will help you. Is it the price to get into a New York Mets game, the lowest price available via the secondary market 2 days ago?
I think I saw this story. They said it might be the cheapest thing in New York.
Or is it the current price of a Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell?
Not a chance. This is a stat. Stat. Crunchwrap Supreme. $6.50 over my ass.
$6.39 is your number.
$6.39. Yeah, no way. It's a $4.99.
I'm gonna go Mets tickets.
Mets tickets.
So you're both going stat.
Yeah.
That's the stat. Is the ticket price?
That's fine. That's a sports related.
Get in the outfield. Yeah, they're giving those away.
Yeah.
They're cheaper.
According to Taco Bell right now, the price of a Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme is $6.39, and the ticket to get into the Mets game on April. Actually, this is for tomorrow's game. So for tomorrow's game,
they're on a win streak.
They are now. Is $6 flat. You can get into the Mets game for $6 flat. And a Crunchwrap Supreme costs you $6.39.
Can you even ride their trans for
no.
$6 flat?
No. It is more expensive to buy an item off the menu at Taco Bell than it is to watch a Major League Baseball game right now in New York.
So where are you getting the Crunchwrap Supreme price?
I'm assuming it's a New York price because it's a.
I was going to say $6.39.
It's cheaper to go to a Mets game than it is to buy a Crunchwrap Supreme. Although I was at Taco, I don't ever buy the Crunchwrap Supreme. I did Taco Bell about 2 weeks ago though.
So the end of the season party for my team in the winter was a bunch of tacos. One girl on her, they did individual goals at the beginning of the season. I wanted to see where these girls were thinking. One girl wrote, "Get better, dribble with confidence, have tacos at the end of the season party." That was a legitimate goal.
That was
she
her
wrote.
goal. I just want tacos at the end of the year.
So I kept all their goals and I went through them and I tried to help them each reach their goals. And the Taco Bell one, I came through. I bought a bunch of crunchy tacos.
You did Taco Bell? Like
Taco
a jumbo
Bell.
order? Good
Yeah.
call.
And my daughter had never had Taco Bell.
She's never had Taco Bell?
We don't do a lot of fast food.
Okay. I mean, that's fair.
And she had Taco Bell and she loves crunchy tacos.
Who doesn't?
She's a big Taco Bell fan now.
How are you not?
Doesn't like the bean burrito, which I question. I have a problem
I
with
was
that.
never a big bean burrito guy either.
The red sauce and melted cheese was delightful.
I mean, I get it.
The Crunchwrap is an item that I wish I made better at home, and I can never duplicate it. Now, it's good. I mean, it's Mexican food, right? It's all pieced together. It's good.
Chicken.
Taco Bell ones are just perfect.
It's so good.
They're so perfect.
It's so good.
I haven't had one in a long time. They're perfect.
Delightful. Now you got to go to Taco Bell more often. There you go. Sadder story. Every Wednesday at 9:15. Let's get to the Neighborhood Restaurant Group poll question of the day. Do you want Joe Cronin back for another year? That and our other questions on the Blazers going into the offseason is next. But first, here's us with a update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it is ladies' night here in Portland. The Thorns, after a lengthy road trip back home, a Wednesday night affair at Providence Park. They host the San Diego Wave, 7 o'clock. 6:45, you can hear that over on KNRK HD2.
Let's go.
But they currently are second in the table in the NWSL. That will be on Fox 12, if you're interested in watching. And on Fox 12 Plus, also at 7 o'clock, you can see for the first time what your Portland Fire look like, as they will have their very first preseason game against, they're up in Seattle against the Storm. That's also at 7 o'clock.
Awesome.
How about this one? For many years, people have been studying coral reefs. As we know, climate change is rapidly reducing the ability of coral reefs to survive. Scientists in the Journal for Ecology have just discovered that the great coral reefs down in the Australia area produce a coral larvae that travel between all the oceans, and they have found that they believe all the coral reefs have connected to each other.
That's pretty wild.
In trying to help each coral reef in different areas of the world survive. However, the chances of survival continue to be cut year by year with less regulation.
I saw a story about a beach in Thailand where it was a big tourist spot, and they just shut it down for like 10 years.
Good.
Let's let the coral reef regrow. And it
Crazy.
did. It looked beautiful.
Isn't it weird to care about nature?
Nah, it's pretty wild. How about this update out of the gambling saga in college football? Does this mean he's done? The latest from Pete Nakos about Brendan Sorsby's gambling habits. Dating back to 2022, he placed more than 10,000 wagers. And at one point, he was averaging 20 bets a day. 20 a day.
Yeah,
good point on the Sorsby thing.
What we call a problem.
We know there's tampering.
Yeah.
How are you spending $5 million and not hiring a private investigator? That's
to
the
figure
next
out
step
is this
for
guy
these
got
schools.
some
They're going to start doing
skeletons in his closet.
There you go. More women's sports, gambling, and coral reef stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart for the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for Seahawks.
All right, we'll close up with some fun with audio. Awkward, uncomfortable audio, if you will. That's around the corner. Right now, did you know? Hey, you could join us June 23rd. June 23rd is going to be here before you know
What's going on June 23rd, Andy?
Let me tell you. Did you know Toyota's going to present the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms Golf Club? Foursomes are on sale. Check for it now. Choose between the morning round or the afternoon round, but get your group signed up because they always go fast. Most fun day in golf, activations and tasting around the course. The infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3 6th hole. We're all going to be hanging out there. Sprague, myself, Danny, Patrick, Luke, Isaac, Sook. Going to be hanging out, heckling you, admiring, maybe hitting a couple shots for you. You're going to get fed after the round via our friends at Matt's Barbecue. Head over to 1051thefan.com. Click on the Fan Golf Classic logo for information. To sign up today, the Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota is also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson Dotter and Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Mastro Dobel Tequila, your neighborhood restaurant group, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, Illegal Mezcal, and Window Nation. Boom goes the dynamite. Your neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day. Do you want Joe Cronin back as the general manager of the Blazers next season?
By the way, good point by one of our listeners. Gravity. I love how he said leave the country and then proceeded to break it all down. Yeah. We are idiots.
We had somebody text in. My 11-year-old asked about that the other day, and I'm like, you're 11, what? And he said, I want you to really think about this. How long has gravity been a part of Earth? Do you really think we can turn it off? She's 11, and she was like, oh, yeah, good point.
A switch.
We're finding out 11-year-olds are smarter than 48% of the country, potentially. Do you want Joe Cronin back? Right now, just looking at the first 3 responses to the tweet. He drafted Hansen while seemingly believing Klingon is their future center. That alone should result in termination. Next response, no. Drafting Timu Jokic is a fireable offense. And then hard pass, Sleepy Joe must go.
We're going to bring it back, Sleepy Joe.
Sleepy Joe's back.
Huh?
He's a little quiet and subdued. I can Sleepy's okay. 61.4% of people are saying no.
Yeah.
And I think it's the biggest question going into, it's a fun debate. When was the last time, and maybe there's an easy answer, like the Dame Scoot year where we said we were going to trade the pick and go all in, and then we didn't trade the pick and go all in, and then we acted like Scoot and Dame could coexist on the same team.
In one of the more awkward draft press
What are you
conferences
talking
I've
about?
ever
These
seen.
guys can play together when anybody with the brain said he's definitely going to get traded because you didn't trade the pick.
Well, they obviously weren't going to trade Dame because they didn't want to be the ones to say
No.
we traded Dame. They needed Dame to say, I want to trade.
Can't be the bad guy. So maybe that's the answer, but this is one of the more anticipated and interesting off seasons in the history of this fine organization.
We have certainly been duped before with the thought, though. Let's not. Well,
Shame
I
on
mean,
you.
when we got swept by the Pelicans as a 3 seed,
We said, this is the time.
that was the most universal. This city was like, okay, that's not working. We're going to make big trades. We're going to make big moves. And then Neil O'Shea said, the hell we are.
We're going to run this back. CJ's an all-star potential player, don't you know?
Sadly, was the last mistake Paul made as the owner of the organization. Was he reportedly was about to fire everybody.
And he should have fired everybody.
And somehow he changed his mind and let Neil continue to be Neil, and Neil ended up running it back.
So
and
they get
adding more
naked
power.
pictures of somebody somewhere.
We've been duped before by it, but you went on a rant earlier, and I understand, like, it's tough to watch your team get eliminated. It's even tougher when they're eliminated by 20 and 30 points.
I mean, yeah, I know they made it to 9 in the fourth quarter, but, like, stop it, dude. They no-showed. They were down by 30 points in the first half of a playoff game. It was a Chauncey Billups special.
I understand where you're coming from an anger standpoint, but I think sometimes we get wrapped up in how, well, the whole city is actually this thought, and they should be having this thought. I don't believe that's the case. I really don't. I think most sports fans in our city, now it varies from degree. Some people think you're too pessimistic. Some people are with you. Some people are way over-optimistic. Like, there's a varying range here. I think it's a vast majority agree. That was cool. Good season. Now, please go make the necessary moves.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a situation that anybody's sitting and going, well, let's run it back. Let's make a minor change here and there. Like, I don't know what the future Young Hansen is because you also might go sign Rob Will. How can you in good conscience tell me Young Hansen is anything on this team if you have Robert Williams on a contract extension and Donovan Klingon getting better in year 2 going into year 3?
We've tried 3 undersized guards. Have you heard of the triple towers?
3 oversized bigs? Is
Twin
that where we're
towers.
going?
Move out of the way, San Antonio. Have you heard of the triple towers?
Sure. I think everybody is in lockstep of they need to make huge changes because it's great to take it's great to take a step. You want to take a real step. I don't want to see a baby step. I don't want to see, hey, we were the 7 last year. We're the 6 now. All right, and you're still not close to Oklahoma City or what maybe San Antonio will be next year if all their guys are back healthy.
They might win the damn title this year for all we know.
Very well could. They beat Oklahoma City 3 out of 4 times this year. So I think most people are with the thought of need to make necessary moves. On the Joe part of that, I can't fault anybody for wanting to make changes and having just an overall new vision, not just with Dundon. I voted slight keep. All right, this is it, man. I haven't liked every move. I've given credit on the moves I do like.
Yeah.
It's so far at best gotten you a 7 seed and a 5-game playoff series. That's
year 5 for Cronin?
This is year 5.
Took over in 21 season, right? Technically.
He took over. I mean, he was always
That's kind of a,
guy,
4.5
right?
Years. I
Whatever.
guess.
This is year 5. At best, you've been a 7 seed and lost in 5. This is your summer. You don't make these moves, Dundon ain't sticking around longer for this if he allows you to stay the GM. So go show us, go be aggressive, go make the move that's going to take the necessary step.
We got some other poll questions to answer. We'll do that on the other side. Also, some fun with awkward audio to close up the show on a Wednesday for you. And we'll do it next on 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, before we get to our poll questions to close up the show today, We love a good bit of awkward audio. It happens from time to time in the sports world. We had the Daniel Jeremiah Charles Davis fight during the 7th round about Fernando Mendoza.
He'll start. No, he won't. Yes, he will.
Yes,
no,
he will.
Won't.
No, he won't. How many games? You're an idiot. You're smart. And look, we've fallen to those from time to time too. This was a weird one in a different way. So I mentioned Chris Sims has been fired from Football Night in America. He will no longer be a part of the pregame show that has 847 hosts. In fact, I'm a little disappointed that I haven't risen to that level yet.
Well,
with the amount of hosts that they have on that show, I think anybody with a pulse is basically handing a microphone at any point on that show.
Your last name's not Collinsworth.
That is true. I'm not a Jack with a C. So Sims is out, and people think this is the reason why.
Well, it's the biggest story in the NFL. I wouldn't. I'd shoot you straight. These are things that I've been texting with about my friend with my friends in the coaching world. Even their wives are involved in the conversation as well.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Careful. I'm trying to. You ever see Star Wars?
Yeah.
You ever see Star Wars?
Yeah.
As Luke is going down the I don't know. I'm not enough of a Star Wars nerd to know all the terms, but his wingman is telling him stay on target.
Right. Right.
I'm just giving you. I don't look. There's a lot there, and there's only so much that is reported and known, and that's I'm just trying to help.
All right. In Star Wars, did they tell that they have a thing called "shut up" and just let the person talk? How about that? Then tell me that and read that line back.
I mean, it's the most obvious cover-up that's happening in the league. They're trying to bury this story.
Yes.
Because they know where it could lead. It could lead to even more exposure of
relationships,
situations,
and infidelity, and questionable.
Yes. Yes. It's gross. It's awful, and they're trying to bury it.
Careful. Stay on target. What does that mean? What are you talking about?
I mean, do you think ESPN, if they don't have the rights to something, is talking about something this juicy? I think they are. If it's in sports,
yes.
If they don't have baseball, or they don't have the NBA, and it's like, hey, this coach slept with a reporter who was sourcing all this stuff. It's being talked about, but they don't do that because it's the network relationship.
Don't want to piss the right people off, man. Let's get to the poll questions of the day. As we always get to your neighborhood restaurant group, bringing you the fan poll question on X every day. Dinner tonight, one of their 5 locations, San Diego's Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse. And that one was simply, do you want Joe Cronin back as the GM of the Blazers? 61.1% of you voting no, you do not. The other ones that we had up, do you want Thiago Splitter back as head coach of the Blazers? Slightly higher no for Thiago, 64.6%. That's usually the way it works. You are so spot on from your rant earlier about the reaction to coaching is so funny, dude. Like, you have good moments in a win, and it's this guy's a genius, and bad moments in a loss, and this guy's the worst coach of all time. And we just kind of bounce back and forth.
It's not how coaching
off
works
of this
at
pendulum
all.
of like, great, bad, great, bad. Keep him, fire him, keep him, fire him.
Yep.
And the reality is roster construction is what 90% of this is about. But more people want Thiago gone than want Joe Cronin gone. Another one, if you gave $90 million to a player and he played 5 minutes in a playoff game, does that count as a DNP? 54% of you say yes, it does.
Yeah.
And do you want the Blazers? What do you want the Blazers to do with Shaedon Sharpe this summer? 66.7% of you say trade.
Yeah.
Shaedon Sharpe.
I think the city's out. And our last one, not counting your significant other,
do
you buy other adults birthday presents? Right now, no is leading the way. It's 61.5%.
That's just like, I don't know.
Last birthday present you bought for a buddy. Not
for
counting
buddies.
like a bachelor party group thing.
Like a trip or a beer. Like we went out to get a beer. Like I bought you something.
Yeah, not counting like a guy's.
I literally can't tell you the last time I did.
There's usually, it's a bottle of whiskey or something that's oftentimes associated with birthdays.
I have a buddy that I buy a Christmas present for. We have this weird, like, untalked about, we buy each other usually a golf-related gift.
That's not a bad thing.
Like a head cover for a club.
Yeah, you get something new for the new bag.
Yeah, and we
swag.
awkwardly drop it off to each other. Like I bought him the Gummy Bear Grateful Dead Oregon sweatshirt.
Ooh,
the
that's
one with
a
the
good
bears
one.
dancing on the sleeve.
Yeah, it's a great look.
So I bought that for him because he's a huge Ducks fan, and I just awkwardly dropped it off and walked away.
Just like set it on his porch?
Well, and then his wife one-upped me. On the same day I gave him that gift, she bought him an ice cream maker from Target. And I'm like,
what?
And he's like, childhood, wishes.
Dream unlocked.
Yeah, unlocked. I always wanted. I'm like, well, there goes my gift.
Is making ice cream easy?
I don't know if it's easy, but they have like a huge ice cream maker that people are buying up for like $400 now.
Really?
Yeah.
I could see that being super fun.
Yeah, dude.
Like trying different flavors and things.
I think you just got to, you follow the instructions.
Yeah, you got to make sure you got certain ingredients in there, obviously, in order to get the right ice cream. But I'd be down to
those
try
new
that.
little ice cream makers?
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
It's pretty big. It's not little, but yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. But no, they're like the Cuisinart ones or whatever. They're pretty easy.
Well, those are the poll questions for the day today. The Blazer season has come to an end, and now we kick off.
Gun down in its prime.
Gun down in our prime, right when we were getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Felt like it was, here it comes, winning game 2. This is going to be our year, man, and not quite our year.
What do we think if the Timberwolves get Ann Edwards back and push the Spurs to 7?
What's the wording on his injury return?
Weeks.
It was
away.
weeks.
Like, right, I'd be shocked.
I think they got to get to the conference championship to consider him coming
What if
back.
this Nuggets team beats them?
Yeah, I mean, then that's a bit of an eye-opener for sure.
'Cause
If this Denver team comes back and only wins because Minnesota's banged up and then
Right.
beats San Antonio,
Right.
yeah, now we got further questions. Wait a minute.
And that Spurs team's really not ready, and
So they're not a title contender, and they smoked our ass.
I'd still have them as a title contender, just not as big a one as
Probably
we
a year away from a title contender. That will do it for us, folks. If you missed any of the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com. Thanks, everybody, for watching on YouTube. You can rewind the show, watch any parts of it that you want. We had Keith Smith on, breaking down the new rules in the NBA, and that'll put a bow. We bid adieu to the Portland Trail Blazers until the offseason conversation commences. Lottery balls not going to be in our future.
Media day tomorrow.
Media day and exit interviews will be tomorrow, and we'll cover that probably on Friday because it'll be after the show tomorrow. Thanks so much for being a part of our Wednesday, everybody. We will talk to you at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. The Firm, Harrison Meringue is next. You're listening to 105.1 FM, The Fan.